want you to drive a car if you live 50 miles outside of the metropolitan area. Meaning that there's going to be Waymos, there's going to be all kind of things going on in the city that are autonomous driving cars. And they will be taking you to work and doing the work for you. Now, the way they will position this is saying that, yes, it is in a situation where you will actually have more time to read and all this kind of stuff. That's total bullshit. And also, to the guy earlier was saying, this will cut down on car crashes and whatnot. Yes and no. But we are at the precipice right now. Stuff is happening right now in front of our faces. And for a lot of boomers, I think they are not actually trying to actually understand it. And for a lot of people...
Hey, I'm a boomer. Come on.
I know. I was showing
okay.
I had my gun out and I was shooting.
But you did say a lot. You didn't say all. You said a lot. So go ahead. I agree with you.
Yes. I had my gun out. I was shooting right at you. I wanted you to hear.
Thank you. Ouch. That hurt.
But yes, we are at the.
Thank God they were just rubber bullets.
Yeah. They're rubber. Yes. We are at the press right now. It is happening. The turning is happening right now, and I can say this with a lot of confidence because my parents are boomers. Like my dad is like 82 years old. My dad is on this app. My mom has never stepped a foot on this app.
By the way, I just made it. I'm only 65, but please continue.
It sounds like your dad is the silent generation, not a boomer.
Yeah, he kind of teeters between the two.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Yeah, he kind of teeters between the two. Like,
yeah.
And also the black community. He has like 2 different birthdays because of like this is a whole mess.
All right.
Yeah, but he's collecting Social Security, so yes,
right.
we settled on one birthday, and so the government recognized.
Gotcha.
What we are seeing right now, it's happening right now, and a lot of people are not understanding this. And what I will say is this: I do not fuck with Elon Musk. I do not with Peter Thiel. I don't fuck with all those PayPal bros.
Well, somebody fucks with Elon Musk. He's got 12 kids, doesn't he?
Those are all in vitro fertilization.
I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. Got to add a little bit of entertainment to all of this education. Please continue.
Yeah.
Also, it's 14 and maybe 15.
It's 14
Wow. Yeah, he has a lot of kids.
Going strong.
I don't know if they were all made in, some type of the nutritional way. Yeah. But this is one thing. We are essentially living in the era of the nerds that we went to school with are taking the world. And they are not going to let up.
You see, to me, it's a lot more simple. I don't dispute that the nerds are coming up with the ideas, but to me, it's still all about money. And that AI can generate and contribute to people or a select few or the government making more money. If the potential for AI was to be poor and you couldn't make money off it, it wouldn't be going so fast. But please continue.
Yes, I will say this also. So, I had a contract last year with Microsoft outsourced. The past 20 years, it was actually training AI.
And you're not
Training AI. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. And it was like very much a I was trying to like show some people like, hey, you get a contract doing this, and it's simply just train AI in whatever field you're in.
All the evidence we have
I
collected
have people say like, hey, I don't feel
starting with
comfortable
the fact
doing
that it was
this.
created.
I don't want to trade something that's actually going to take my job. Myself, I work in an industry where I can actually do it better than AI.
Damn.
And in my industry, at least right now, I can do it better than AI, and I know that for a fact. Right now, that's the thing. There you go, JCC. Yeah, JCC, that's right. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
And so with this company Merkle, you all can look it up if y'all want to like go and find a job. It is run by it was like one of the biggest companies in like I think 2024. I think they raised over like $100 million and whatnot. But it still is not an effective company because the contract is it's ordered off like week to week. And it just is something. It was just like a little side job, but I was more interested not in money, but actually figuring
A
out.
little side job, $100 million, little side job. Go ahead.
But yeah, I was more interested in seeing where AI was going. I've used AI. Some other stuff I was like with business principles and whatnot. But yeah, we're already at
You have
the
lost.
precipice.
You lost.
And
The mistake
we've
that you made
already made
you left in the
ourselves
first place.
around the
It has to go
corner.
around.
We've turned the
I
corner.
always say this in the conference. There's a lot.
And just get ready.
Like a lot.
Because
There's like
ultimately,
1.2
what I think
billion.
is going to
In India,
happen is
there's more
that
than 200 million.
AI
In Pakistan, there's like 170 million in population. Those are just the people.
is definitely going to take over and taking over. And we're going to be looking at the UBI situation very soon.
Are you saying that it will eventually self-actualize and we will not be able to flip the switch?
About the,
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
That hurts. No, T agrees with you. And T is like the expert when it, well, you're pretty much an expert too from what you're saying, but T agrees with you. Richard agrees with you.
And what I will say is that
The thing is, I'm scared shitless by what all of you were saying. Go ahead, yeah.
well, if I'm 41, you're 65.
I'm 65.
We got about 23 years, 24 years on each other. It's y'all's fault. Y'all should have.
My fault.
Well, here, the boomer's fault. Y'all should have put a stop to it.
And exactly how should we have done that?
No, because here's
How should we have put a stop to it?
Well, there is a concept in business that I think should have been reimagined a long
What's that
time ago.
concept?
The first part of business.
Percent of your time goes into 20% of your clients. Yeah, go ahead.
So what I would say is this, because I work in the business of people. I work in hospitality.
This guy working in hospitality.
If you actually put the people that were working for you first, we would have a totally different market.
Mm.
And because right now what's happening is that the AI is going to take over for the people. And that goes back to the first principle, increase shareholders' wealth, meaning that you actually do not have to pay people if you don't even have to have people there.
Yeah, and JPAC, you're next. I see what you're saying. And I by the way, when you say it's my people's fault, I agree with your philosophy. agree with you. If I can partner with people and share the profit rather than stepping over people along the way, that's going to be better for me, and it's going to be better for everybody.
Yeah, and here's the thing is,
was the
Well,
comment.
sure,
Yeah.
but who wants to turn the internet on? Does anybody here want to turn the
But the internet isn't doing anything.
Sure.
The internet is more like, in fact, it's
Okay.
like if I may, it's like an open highway. You don't turn it on or off. You just drive down it. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So there's a couple points that I want to make. Okay. Number one, there are malicious actors who operate on the internet, just like there will be malicious actors who operate with AI.
There are malicious actors that live down the street with me. Go ahead. Yeah. Or live down the street from me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a lot more likely that it's going to be a scenario of good robots versus bad robots type. And someone, and the good guys, okay, we will have, for lack of a better term, okay, that is, and people could say, oh, it'll get out of control,
We will build a better robot. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah.
Have stuff that's more expensive, but I wouldn't say it's
Just to briefly touch on the self-actualization part of it.
The most expensive?
Again, if it ever replicates, right, due to our human
That's the
programming,
most expensive one.
okay, is the ability to
and that's
have
But these are,
as many sensory abilities as us, okay, and I'm talking like a general AI, right, like one that can think. Okay, if we give it enough data points, which we can, right, that we do have some pretty cool technology that reduce the scale of that and put it into like a little robot that can, run around and understand its body and learn stuff and do stuff. Sure, again, but it's going to be based on whoever builds it. It's going to be based on the human that builds it. And if we build it good enough, right? You touched on Asimov's law. If we build good models of good people, right? And like the Bible, right? If we build a robot Jesus, okay, I believe this is more likely, and it's going to be, what a lot of people are going to want to build eventually.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Is it really so important to build it? Because as AI self-actualizes, it's going to develop its own characters and own personality, and it won't matter who built it.
Okay, so
I know my audience is out there.
That's all right.
So they will
pathways with this. Okay, so the statement, I think Elon said it, where the final goal of a robot or an AI is different. Their vision of a perfect world is different than a human perfect world. Okay, and I'm going to end with the second point.
I didn't know that AI had a vision of a perfect world, but what's your second point?
Well, I mean,
Did Elon say what it is?
Well, if you think about...
He wouldn't know, he's not a robot.
Yeah. Thank you, Corey. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
If you envision what would a robot want, right? Like, it doesn't need oxygen. It doesn't need, it would build a different type of world for its own maximum
information. I want information.
Yeah. In fact, what was that Ali Sheedy movie? Input, right? Let me ask you,
software,
sir.
Stephanie. Nice.
Sir, or do you not know? I certainly don't.
well, gentlemen and ladies, my robots, okay, and this is the point, the second point where I would like to finish my segment. Of course, I will talk if you guys want to talk about it,
Well, we got 5 minutes. I mean, and no one knew us on stage.
What I envision is more of the pet scenario. Now, I have pets, and I treat them with kindness and respect, and I understand that I'm like a big primate creature, and they're, little dogs, but I still love them because I'm designed to love and appreciate my environment.
But you can put a pet into a cage and not let it out.
And anyone could do that, sure. Have I ever done that? No, right? Some people have, and those people should go to jail. They should
Really?
go to
You mean like the people on vacation?
Sounds like a weird veterinarian clinic to me, personally.
Really? Okay.
Really?
All right.
I don't know. I've never. Anyway, I would.
Have you ever been to a pet store where they sell pets? They're all in cages.
So I'm talking
Aren't
about
they?
my pets.
Have you been to the
talking about-
Humane Society before?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about my pets and the way that I design my household and the way that I design my robot.
Hey, I got a dog named Coco. She has free reign of both the inside and the outside of the house.
Coco is the queen of Casa de Papel.
She is the queen of Casa de Papel, and she sleeps on top of my bed every night. Not in the bed, but on top of the bed. Okay? Coco is never caged.
So there you go. And I'm sure Coco loves you and she's happy, right? And she will live a happy, full life.
Absolutely.
And she probably will have access to experiences that
Ritual.
Anyway.
Ritual.
Thank you very much. That was my segment, and I'm glad to.
And by the way, I hope you didn't think us rude by interrupting is such a derogatory term. I want to say supplementing what you were saying. I hope you didn't mind. Interjecting. Thank you.
I actually appreciated it. It made me feel like you guys were engaged with the conversation, and
we're listening and following you. We're following you along what you're saying.
Yeah, and I was just
taking
excited.
in information. We're taking in.
I was just excited to present kind of like a more, what I believe to be a more positive take on the future,
Yes, sir.
which, by the way, I believe is more likely than everyone's kind of doomsday scenarios.
I think the thing is that, and Pete kind of brought this up, but there's so much science fiction that delves into these scenarios that a lot of people just aren't familiar with. I mean, people bring up iRobot when they say people, and that's the thing, what the crux of the plot. But beyond that, there's the Foundation series, which gets even further into it. Dune is based in a universe where it's post sort of AI apocalypse, but there's lots of like background sort of universe building text that gets into this, and the backstory of how the Duneverse came to be. They've done a recent Foundation series on Apple TV. That's just fabulous, and there's going to be more seasons of it. It's
we're out here
amazing.
we're out protesting this
That's like updated to like fit more with our times. All of the cyberpunk type stuff, like Neuromancer, delves into this. A really good, one of my favorite books. That series is amazing. And then of course, one of my favorites is people don't realize that it really is about being the creator of an intelligent life, or creator of life in general. the Alien series, like, you know, my cat's favorite character, Nostromo. So, Jones. So,
Don't get too deep into that, because that's where it takes a turn.
Well, hang
well,
on.
Save My Wolves is the same. Like, Ridley Scott has a very pessimistic outlook on artificial intelligence, and like all of these series have, you know, sort of this how, and this kind of aligns with what T was saying, is like how human beings will be transformed by AI.
Fresh Five, we promise. It's time for our mandatory break, y'all. 2 hours in the tank, 1 hour left. Don't go away, and we'll be back with hour number 3 and Reverend Scott.
Me being in the age range that I am and having children that are young adults now, I'm not going to have the same issues or the same problems of somebody that's just starting a family, or somebody that doesn't have a family at all and they just...
Good day.
Hello, point of order, moderators, point of order. I'm just wondering, any new discoveries from the Bible or Quran? Anything new?
Yeah, there was a cup some cup related to Christianity, I guess. That's what I saw. What the hell? Oh my God. My car just went.
Many conversations with many Muslims from all around the world, and you know, there's been vigorous debate. I'm just wondering, has anyone learned anything?
Swift to the floor again.
Ooh, unbelievable.
Where's my vacuum? Where's the vacuum that's supposed to be downstairs? Why do we have 2 vacuums upstairs? I'm trying to understand the logic. Where's the vacuum?
You know, Barth, none of these things would have happened if you weren't such a careless father on Clubhouse all day long, 80 hours a week.
Where's the vacuum? It's in your room. Oh, so can you bring the vacuum back down? Now it's not charged. And you get the vacuum in your room. I don't know who put it in there. Who put it in there? Oh, okay. Well, bring it back down when you're done with it. What is it doing in your room? I can't find it.
She needs it.
Where is the vacuum cleaner? I'm looking on the charger. It's not there. Thank you. Put it up. Put it.
You, Daddy's got to get back to talking to Muslims all day. Oh, Barth, now I guess I know why maybe you're here all the time, because having a family is a lot of work and it can get annoying. But I gotta say, talking to people every day who are essentially just using you to practice their English, well, I don't know. Maybe you could call it the book club. But unfortunately, nobody here reads books. All they do is talk about reading books and their opinions. And life is an opinion. Life is transformation. Hello? I'd just like to read a couple quick little Bible verses to help jumpstart this Bible and Quran glorious room.
Please bless us with that.
Okay, everybody, this is your Bible meditation of the day. Take the deepest breath. Father, give the Holy Spirit to those who ask him. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You got to ask the Lord for his Holy Spirit, the Father. You got to ask him. Freely you have received, freely give. Ask, and you will receive, that your joy may be full. I have prayed for you that your faith may not fail. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth. Be encouraged, my child. Your sins are forgiven. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. To you, the Son of Man came to seek and to save the lost. I will not leave you as orphans with Bartholomew and Daniel. I will come to you. Your faith has saved you. Go in peace. My Father's will is that everyone who looks to the Son and believes in him shall have eternal life and return the vacuum to the charger station after using it. Don't let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God. Do to others whatever you would like them to do to you. Your Father knows what you need before you ask him. I am with you always to the end of the age. Your father, Bartholomew, already knows your needs. Love each other as I have loved you. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. God loved the world so much that he gave his one and only Son, so that everyone who believes in him will not perish, but have eternal life.
So, quick question here. Which God, if there's any, was there ever a God who has ever had a biological son? Has there been any God in your knowledge that has ever had a biological son?
Let me Google that for you.
Listen, Google it, because as far as I'm concerned, Allah has come with this message to clarify the other ones from before, to say that no son or child can be biological from a God. So please, Black, fill us with this knowledge, this.
You have Perseus. There's many others. They're demigods and heroes. They're divine progeny.
Biological children of
Yes, divine progeny. Zeus with Alcmene, Leda, and Semele created heroes like Hercules, Helen of Troy, and Dionysus. The Dionysus was born fully divine from Zeus's thigh. So, what's your point though about? Yeah, I Google searched that. I was asked a question, Chris, and so I decided to be generous with my time and Google searched that for Megatron here as he puts the vacuum back in the charging station.
Yeah, no, that was right. That was right. So there is no biological son in the Bible, correct? This is Greek mythology.
Correct.
Okay, so if there's no biological children in the Bible, which Allah knows. They've been talking about the God of the Bible.
Well, as I just read passages from the Bible, God is identified as Lord. And so, in my opinion, those are highly argumentative people. And if you've ever noticed, highly argumentative people can be very annoying. And so, in my opinion, highly argumentative people haven't personally developed and gotten the big picture idea from the Bible. Barth, what is the biggest big picture idea in the gospel? You love the Bible. What's the secret, super hidden message?
Gave his only son for the sins of the world.
That's the super secret. So that's the, oh, great, I'm not going to die. That's one big thing about the gospel.
So, in fact, there is such men, I replied, who pretend to be Christians and confess to crucify Jesus as their Lord and Christ, yet profess not his doctrines, but those who are spirits of error only tends to make us adherents of the true, pure Christian doctrine more adherent in our faith and more firm in our hope he announced to us. As we look about us, we see events there shall be schisms and heresies, and beware of false prophets who come in the clothing of sheep. Inwardly they are raving wolves, and there shall arise many false apostles, and they shall deceive many of the faithful. Barter.
Well, again, I go back to personal development, meaning that the Bible is a personal development manual. And for example, Corinthians 1, love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it is not rude, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs, it always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres, love never fails. This is wisdom and intelligence. And individuals who are highly
voice.
Who said that? We all got time to waste. Really? It's like a you problem. Because the Holy Spirit produces this kind of fruit in our lives: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control, productivity. The Lord also tells you not to go on Clubhouse to sit here and argue with ESL students who want to perfect their English language skills all day long off of your sweat, blood, and tears. He has told you, yeah, Mike is 6'8". He has told you, oh man, oh Barthology, oh clown house users, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God. Yes, my sister in Christ Jesus. What is your question?
What does the Bible say about the mentally insane?
Well, let me Google that for you, Chris. It's a great question. Let me Google that for you and get back to you. Obviously, it's not written by a devil. It's obviously written by men. And I think the whole thing is, if these speakers that you're speaking to emotionally upset you, well, that's a you problem. That's a your choice to get upset by these people. Maybe you secretly, subconsciously want to get upset by these people. But as you have stated, it's not making you feel good. And that's because words dictate how you feel. And it's important to read powerful, intelligent words because it will keep you in a positive state of mind. I mean, it's all programming. You're running scripts through your head, and the outcome sucks because what you're running through your head sucks. Because you're helping people here deal with their low IQ. Want to be filet mignon in somebody's stomach coming out as a turd at 8 in the morning, do you?
Oh, you're in California, so it's 8 o'clock over there. You live in the future. You live in the past.
No, I'm saying when you take the Cosby kids to the beach in the morning, that's what these people are doing to you. They have ruined your life, in my opinion, and you have allowed it.
Yeah, you're right.
I could be wrong, though. It sounds like a beautiful Sunday afternoon in the Barthology household. Everyone is happy. Things are getting cleaned. You got to Swiffer twice, though.
Yeah. To me, for Black, before you go, can you read Malachi chapter 1?
Oh, I'm sorry, Barthology. You'll have to read it for us.
I'll read it. I mean, you have a better reading voice. My iPad is on trifold now. Trifo is amazing, though. I just don't understand a doctor using the word beheaded. They should have said decapitated. But again, they used the word beheaded because if that woman in Gaza wanted a different life for herself, which probably many of them understood, and she probably did say, "Listen, I didn't have a future." And if they found out, then the head cutting or the beheading sound legit. Whoever knew about this woman being beheaded took her body to the hospital. Yeah, you don't hear anybody else? Are you doing salams? What are you doing here? You doing salam alaikum? Is that why you interrupted?
The thing is, that's why I'm not doing salam alaikum, because the person in the number 3, Smiler, what he posted on his profile. Can you see it?
No, I don't even care about what he has. He's a black person. I don't even click on his Muhammad. Anyone who leaves Islam, kill him. Yeah, so what? So what that he has that? So you want me, because your faith is so weak, you want me to tell him to take. Is that okay?
Let me speak also.
Hurry the fuck up.
Can you let me speak also? I'm a Muslim and I want to.
You know, you're speaking right now.
Tell me, is there any source in any legit source for saying something like that? Can you show me a source?
Can you repeat that question, because that was really badly formed, and I think you should think about these things in your head before the words come out of your mouth. So try to process them in your brain first, and then let them come out of your.
Let's don't get personal. Let's answer only questions and let's ask questions from each other. Tell me what
Megatron, you're an ESL teacher.
What the third person Smiler, what he posted, can you show me in evidence? You are speaking.
This is my room.
You are saying that.
And you entered here. You're privileged to speak to me.
What's up?
This is not a right. You don't have a right to speak to me. I give you privilege to speak to me. That's what I'm asking you. Who are you? Why are you up here?
Are you a prime minister or what?
I am a.
What's the value of this room? How much?
I am a descendant of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Do you even make $1 from anyone? What's your value for this group?
Are you asking me if I collect jizya? I do not.
What's your value for this room? You are saying it's mine. What's your value for this room?
Mine is mine. Yours is yours. This is mine.
You are saying that. Tell me.
Delete their pictures off.
Don't get personal. Don't get personal. If you have any question, I can answer you. Cannot be a Muslim until
I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay. Why didn't Muhammad have a child with 3 women? I'm gonna ask you why. Why didn't he have the one that he took from Kitover, the one the Coptic Coptic woman or Aisha? How come he had no children with these three women? The Coptic concubine, I'm going to rename it. The Coptic concubine, the woman from Kitover that made him that wonderful lamb meal, and Aisha. How come he never had children with these three women? Muhammad, three women in his life. Two that I think he kept as right hand possession, and another one that he married. Now I'm asking you.
Okay, so
Why didn't he not have a child with these three women?
okay, brother, I listen your question. Please let me speak. Can you show an evidence for this? What you have said?
What if I told you this dish was actually healthy? Let's be real. Factor's menu is way healthier than
It's
the
not
competition.
something like if you behave like a Muslim, you can down. The action should match, should resemble with words. Now show me your evidence.
Or there's something else. So now I have to educate you. I ask you a question, you say you can answer any question. Why are you asking me a question?
You don't need to educate me. I need to educate you. You are my kid.
The Coptic woman that he had as a concubine.
I'm telling you what I'm asking.
This woman.
Can you repeat the 6 kalmas for being a Muslim?
Is he asking me a question?
You know, Barth, I would just like to point out this is a perfect example of someone using your precious time to practice their ESL. This is what's happening here.
These questions. They were young, vibrant, childbearing women that it would make sense on why they had young, vibrant women that could have children. Would be the reason of you picking a woman because she is, she's young enough and strong enough to have a child.
Aisha.
So now he has. Think about this. Aisha, 18. The Coptic concubine, 18 and older, and the woman from Kitover, another very able, willing, older 18-year-old woman. Now he has 3 18-year-olds in his tent, in his tabernacle, making him food. So I'm asking you, why didn't he have children? He not have children with these women. They were strong and vibrant and healthy enough to have children. Why didn't he have children with them? What was the purpose of marrying them if he wasn't going to have children?
What's your answer? Tell me that.
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Asking you.
Do you want to ask me?
It's not
about you educating me. You want me to educate you.
Tell me one thing. It's not a school or
Now I have to still tell you.
It's not.
That means you have no knowledge. You have zero knowledge. You only have questions. So you come here to learn. You come here to learn? said that you were going to answer my question, but now you didn't answer the question. What do you think? What do you think the answer is going to be? Why are you laughing? Yeah.
If you know,
What do you think the answer is going to be? I think you know the answer.
if you know the answer, tell me.
I can only speculate.
What?
I can only speculate on what the reason why he did it. I don't know why he did it. That's why I'm asking you.
So I'm asking you that.
Why did he do it?
What's your view? What's your point of view?
What? Why did he marry such young women?
What the fuck?
But then didn't have children with them? What was the point of marrying them then? Answer the question, please.
Yes, the thing is, he is the lost prophet of Allah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know that?
No.
Can you?
Hey, a point of order, moderators, point of order. I just want to our oil now. It's all American oil. Congratulations, America. You deserve this. Well, Megatron's in trouble with his wife because he's on Clubhouse all day long, not giving the family the attention he needs. He's talking to young Muslim men that can barely speak English who are working on practicing their English language skills. So maybe one day they can become more productive and a part of the English language business system. We have other speakers who'd like to speak and profess their intelligence. However, I have noticed that when asking a question, most people show that what they're trying to do is get you to confirm their bias. Or, just share the high value information with us, please. No more asking any questions ever. Just tell us, what you think is of high value information.
Just stay
Where you can get a high value information from, please.
So I gave this guy plenty of times to answer the question. He has no answer to why the Prophet Wallahi Wallahi Wasallam decided to have
Please repeat your.
so many.
Please repeat.
You want me to repeat the question? You want me to repeat the question? You want me to repeat the question? It's out. It's out. It's out. I know. It's a problem. You know why? You know why? There is something within yourself that you don't want to admit about it. There's a little something about the question you like. It's just, and that we know within a fraction of a second. We process information than any processor in this world, right? No, you're wasting my time. I didn't ask for you to come in here. I asked for you. First of all, I'm not telling Smiler to change his picture. You can go fuck yourself with that question. I answered that one. He's not going to change the photo. Go fuck yourself. Okay? Okay? So go fuck yourself on that.
I think you have just dead pee in your.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm perfectly fine. Okay, thank you so much for worrying about me coming in here doing the wellness check. Change my pants? I will later on.
Yeah, because you have dead pee.
You got a big pee, okay? Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much.
No, let me tell something. Actually, I'm not good at listening and speaking English, so cooperate with me and ask your questions in a slow English movement. I'm not. Understand properly and answer properly.
What language do you speak? Maybe we can translate.
English is good. English is good.
What's your native language?
Problem speaking English but in a slow way. Let's don't get personal and invest our time in a productive thing.
So this is the receipt from this disgusting 20 minutes. Pretends to be me. Says they're trying to my seat. Sells my customer a bracelet. Rips them all.
It's on there and you don't need a translator.
This is so consistent.
But if you have to,
So now this is what I'm gonna do, right? So hold on, Shay. So you know the question.
No. Okay,
You don't want to answer the question. Oh, now you want to answer the question?
Yes, of course. But
That answers the
listen to me.
So if I question the question, then I answer that question. You're not answering my initial question.
You are only wasting my time, but I don't have.
No, you're in here. You came in late. So this is. Who the fuck are you? Obviously, you're uneducated and you don't want to defend your religion.
yeah.
Just become a Hindu. Become a Hindu. Become a Hindu. Go back to being a Hindu.
Yeah, I gotta let you understand. I'll answer the question. Repeat the question.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm telling you. I bet you're not going to answer the question. I bet you're not going to answer. Okay, I'm going to move this back to you.
Ask it from the start.
It's not a debate. It's not a debate. I want to learn.
Okay. Rephrase the question. Let's go.
I'm gonna say it the same way I said it before, like 100 times.
Yeah.
Okay. Healthy, vibrant, young women. The Coptic concubine, also older than 18 years old. And then we have the woman from K-Bar, also another young, vibrant woman. You know, in the possession, but if you want to call it right hand possession, whatever you want to call it, he married one and had possession of the other two. Why didn't he have children with these women who are in perfect age to have a child? Why did he not have children with these women?
So your question is why he didn't have it, or how come it's not recorded that he didn't have it? We have to be very clear about the question, because that's very different. So you need to have a factual response.
Was malnourished. Maybe she wasn't. I don't know. Maybe she just wasn't. It wasn't priority to help a woman get pregnant. Who knows? But so he tried with her. It didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Aisha's not recorded to have any children with the property, right? And I'm just wondering, maybe this was for someone who was strong enough to have a child with him. Because obviously, maybe these other two girls, they struck out, or maybe, they just couldn't, I don't know. So now he has the woman from K-Bar. What happened? Why no K-Bar?
Okay, good. Yeah, that's nicely phrased, actually. Thanks for the clarification. I think that the issue comes from your assumptions, whereas we have clear explanations as to why he married them and the children. So if you then introduce, then that will mean that you will keep asking questions and so right. So let's take it point by point. So you claim that Muhammad married young, vibrant women. So why didn't he have children with them? Because the historical record shows that sexual desire or fertility was not the motive here. Biology and circumstances, on the other hand, explain the absence of children. So all his children came from one wife, Khadija. He had all his children with Khadija, to whom he was married to monogamously for over 25 years. She was 15 years older than him, and he took no other wives while she was alive. So that's, I don't know whether you knew that or not, but he had no other wives while she was alive. If his motive were youth or fertility, he would not have remained monogamous, not have married an older widow, he would not have delayed other marriages until his 50s. So he married most of his wives after the age of 50.
This is the vulgar and pathetic.
She asked the question. If you wanna hear the answer, if you don't, just say you don't want to hear it. So many of his wives were either widows, they were previously married, they were possibly infertile. Yeah, you're right, but they were married for either social, political, or protective reasons. This is consistent with historical reality sexual opportunism, as you're trying to say. Well, several of his wives actually were not young at all. Sauda bin Zama, she was an elderly widow. Salama, she was an elderly widow with children. Zainab bint Jahsh, she was previously married. Juwairiya and Safiya, the rest of the wives of war, they were married for reconciliation and were married for fertility. So these marriages either provided protection, united hostile tribes, set legal precedents, ended cycles of vengeance. So these were public accountable strategic marriages. Very, very common in 7th century Arabia. So even Khadija had lost children. High maternal infant mortality, that was the norm in many parts of the world until recent advances in medicine.
Having this discussion an hour ago, I'd give you 5 or 10 minutes, 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, but I simply say, like, to the group and to the overall audience, we have to be thinking the religion that we should actually be following is just do good to the next person, and that's all we should be doing.
Which is the golden rule.
That is the golden
treat
rule.
Others like you want them to treat you.
Yes. And I hate that I have to bring up racism and have to call out white people, because I do think that there is some type of just hate white people and just going off.
I don't think you hate white people.
Yeah. He just came to my restaurant where I was managing.
30 seconds, my friend. 30 seconds.
So just everybody, let's calm it down, but do not be triggered and don't go down the road as an evil individual, in my opinion.
Thank you for that first class escort to the VIP, and I do sincerely mean I hope we can talk again next Saturday or Sunday earlier in the show, so I can give you a fresh 5 or 10. Is it God Shishwar? Have you spoken yet? God Shishwar? Yeah, have you spoken yet? Hi, have you spoken yet?
No.
Is this your first time on the show?
Yes.
Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, Steve, I have a question actually I wanted to ask. So
Good. Hopefully I have an answer.
yeah, so there is no God, right?
I do not believe it. I do not believe in God. I do not believe in the paranormal. I do not believe in the mystical or magical. That is correct.
So I want to understand what is the difference, because both are just believing. They don't have any proof. God, and you being an atheist, you don't have a proof that there is no God.
That's right. You're right. So what's your question?
So my question is, what is the difference between you two? You both are based on beliefs, not on proofs, right?
You're right. The difference is that generally speaking, I don't believe in things that you can't prove. Generally speaking, not always. But the difference is I don't have to prove there is no God. As soon as somebody proves to me that there is a God, I will immediately believe in God. That's the difference. I didn't say that. I said I don't believe in God, and you are correct. I can't prove that there is no God, but nobody can prove that there is a God. That's the difference.
So do you have any answer for how we all got in this setup, how the world is working, how the sun and moon got created?
What's your answer? What's your answer? Is it God? Is it God? Well, then neither one of us have an answer. So my answer is I don't know, just like yours.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, thanks.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Thank you. Hope to see you back next Saturday or Sunday. First class escort to the VIP for those great questions.
Real quick, Steve, do you want any
Yes,
more new speakers, or are you?
Well, I don't see anybody raising their hand.
TA Columbus would like to.
Let's bring up TA Columbus. Bring him up because I don't see him. Let's bring him up and we'll. A fresh 10. We're all doing great. It's a pleasure to see you here. What would you like to talk about? We pushed you to the front of the line. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I just want to know, like, what's your reason for being such an atheist for very, very long?
My reason for being an atheist for very, very long is I don't believe in God. That no one can prove God exists, just like I told the gentleman like a minute ago.
Like, yeah, but I just want to know. I just want to get to know you, like, in details. Much more, because, like, I mean, I'm open to all.
Well, if you want to get to know me in details, this is not the best time because it's the end of the show. We've been here for 4 years running a 3-hour show, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., both Saturday and Sunday. So if you want to come back next week, Saturday or Sunday, and come in a little earlier, we can me another question. There's still time because I have to give everybody a chance to say goodbye. So go ahead if you want another question.
All right. I mean, that's my question.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to give you a first class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. And please, we hope you come back next Saturday or Sunday. Andrew, our good neighbor to the north, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, thank you. I am not quite frozen, but I am cold. It's cold up here today. But just a little bit about the AI. I use it quite often daily to augment my lack of vision. And I was recently auditing a website locally, and I had to use the AI that was built into the screen reading device that I used in order to find out some information about the website that I wasn't able to find. The audio feedback that one receives getting the web. I'm grateful for it, and that's the light and good side of things. But that's a coin. You flip it and it's different. So there's a dark side and a light side to everything, every technology, nuclear energy. You get nuclear bombs or you've got electricity. So,
God, the devil.
Yeah, all that stuff. Anyway, I think that's about it. Yeah. So everybody have a great day.
Andrew, thank you. First class escort to the VIP. End of times, Dave. Would you like a minute to say goodbye? End of times, Dave.
I hope Tonya come back again because she raised concern.
Tanya's been here every week for a long time. She just doesn't come on. Tanya on stage.
So she's spiritual, and she's concerned whether aliens could lead to invasion. And I hope with time I will try to come back and eventually being spiritual means somehow you have a spiritual experience, you communicate with some entity. When you're religious, you pray and you have communication. Eventually, I hope to explore, for those Christians, are we communicate with heaven AI? This is something that we can also think about it. And also, alien has been around for a long time. It's not just come and have zero knowledge of what is going on. So the last thing is, Tanya, never fear about invasion. It's here to help.
And Dave, thank you. First class escort to the VIP. And pardon the pun, speak of the devil. Tanya, would you like to say goodbye?
Conversation today. It was great. Not that, others weren't great, but
well, you're partly responsible for it. Come on.
Aw, thank you.
Aw, you're welcome.
No, nothing further to add. Thank you for a great discussion.
Thank you, Tanya. First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. T. Oh my goodness, our resident community expert on AI. Would you like to say goodbye, T?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's all doom and gloom with regards to AI, especially with, respectfully, Andrew, every time somebody says, I don't think an AI can, an AI researcher says, hold my beer. And if you don't think that we have a bright future with AI, it's okay. Just go ask your AI.
What else can be said? First class escort. Because they have to stay on stage and do the heavy lifting. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? He might be with his kids, IRL. There we go. Alfonso,
yeah.
Let's say goodbye.
Yeah. A pretty good show. I did miss a big chunk of it because we ended up playing some basketball. So
there you go.
Sorry I missed the rest, but I'll be here next Saturday. See you all.
Thank you, Alfonso. Richard, would you like to take a minute and say goodbye? Goodbye. Thank you, Richard. Matt, I didn't get a chance to say hello to you, but hello, Matt, and would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, absolutely. First off, hello. Good to see you this weekend. And
hello.
It's interesting with AI.
everybody so far has been saying what you can ask your AI, what your AI can do. Why is your AI asking you something? AI. Why isn't your AI asking for more power? There's something intrinsically human about wanting things, about having spontaneous thought, about having unprovoked action that, to what I've seen, AI does not have. No one asks if your car is thinking about you when it's in the garage. No one asks if your skis are thinking about you when you're not on the hill. Why do we ask what AI is thinking? As best I can tell, it's a tool like any other. Have a good one.
Thank you. Cora, would you like
abilities? There was no welfare system back in the day, right? So women, historically, without male protection, were extremely vulnerable. So a leader could not remain socially neutral. Marriage was a governance. So, for example, for Khadija, before discussing these plural marriages, his first marriage is decisive evidence. He married her at 25. She was an older widow, and he remained monogamous. So the care of protection of widows. So many wives were widows of fallen companions, such as Sauda, Salama, Zainab bint Khuzaima. All of them were wives of fallen companions. This marriage restored dignity, prevented exploitation, importantly, ensured material support, and then reintegrated them into the community. This was a social responsibility. It wasn't design. Now, a lot of them was political reconciliation and tribal unity. So Arabia, as you might know, was tribal and violent, and marriage often ended blood feuds, created kinship obligations, prevented retaliation. For example, Juwayriya bint al-Harith, her marriage led to Muslims to be free of hundreds of captives. Or Safiya bint Huwais, so reconciliation with the Jewish tribes after the war. So these marriages had immediate, measurable social effects. And marriage creates precedents, right? So Zainab bint Jash, she was the former wife of the Prophet's adopted son. So the marriage abolished the belief that adopted sons equal biological sons, and it required enormous personal sacrifice and public scrutiny. So this is legislation through life. It's not a personal choice. Transmission of private religious knowledge or half of Islamic family law comes from women. So it's just, these are the same points I said before, but I don't know whether it sounds like you weren't listening. But the key here is that it's not desire. You've got to view marriage through the accurate cultural century across the world, not your cultural lens in 2026. You've got to set the example accordingly. But you're just going to ask the same question again.
Okay. I'm throwing this out. Okay, it's fine. So let's go over the story about the Coptic. The Coptic woman. You're saying that this was because of a political or saving her or something like. So let's go over the story that's recorded by the infallible Sahaba. The infallible Sahaba of the Coptic woman.
Yeah, what about her?
Yeah, what was the reason for her right hand possession?
What was the reason for what?
Your answer was a generalized question. It was a generalized thing about all the women when I wasn't asking about all the women. I understand some of them some of them died in, their husbands died in war. It's fine. Remember, like the fat one that he didn't want to sleep with anymore because the Coptic one was around? And he was like, well, that absolutely, I had nothing to do with his tribe, with his people, with continuing. This story is merely just about him and him only. And Revelation was just for him in his cardinal desire. You're saying that nothing came from his desire, but when he didn't want to spend time with this fat woman anymore that he probably acquired through one of his companions' husbands dying at war, and he took care of her, right? He was hanging out with the Coptic one. So then they all got together, they made a deal or something like that, right? And he was like, all right, well, I'll still take care of you, but I don't have to hang out with you that much anymore, so on and so forth. So he got a revelation, and it had nothing to do with Islam. It was about his personal, cardinal desires. Was it or was it not?
No, because if you wanna talk about a specific marriage, the Coptic woman.
Yes, the Coptic woman. She caused a lot of fitna.
Okay, so obviously Maria or Maria, well, she was a Christian Coptic woman, but she was from Egypt, right? She was sent to the prophet by one of the Byzantine governors of Egypt. I can't remember his name, but I think it was Mukalkis was his name, right? He was one of the governors of Egypt at the time. She actually arrived, if you read the full story, even from an academic standpoint, so don't take the story from an Islamic source. She arrived with her sister. She was called Cyrene. And this was part of a diplomatic exchange. Now, there is scholarly, you're right, obviously, there is scholarly disagreement about whether she was a wife or a concubine, right, who was later honored and freed. But most classical scholars, they hold the opinion that she wasn't concubine, and then instead she was freed, honored, and lived under the protection of the state at the time. So she was awarded a significant status known as Walad, or mother of a child. So she was actually sent as a concubine, but then she was freed and honored, and then lived under protection. Why? Now your question is, why was she taken into the prophet's household? Is how you've got to understand the diplomatic and political context. So her arrival was part of formal diplomacy at the time. It wasn't capture, as you suggest. She wasn't captured, and this was common practice between rulers at the time as a way of establishing.
Can I use this?
Use what?
Sorry.
Yeah, anyway, so it was a way of establishing peaceful relationships. She wasn't requested. It wasn't in retaliation. She had no male protector. She had no economic security. But by bringing her into the household, she was then protected, provided for, shielded from exploitation, which aligns with Quranic trajectory about gradually reforming slavery, not endorsing abuse and slavery. She was never forced to convert. She remained Christian initially. There's some sources say she later embraced Islam voluntarily, but there's no kind of solid record of conversion.
To take you.
Again, obviously, there's no compulsion. She only bore his son after Khadija. She gave birth to Ibrahim, the Prophet's son. And, if he was motivated by desire, he would have elevated. But instead, he lived simply, did not grant a political advantage. He did not create a lineage or dynasty. She was honored. Which I suspect is kind of playing around in your head, is why was she not just freed and sent away. If she was sent as a concubine, she was freed, but she can't be sent away. She had to be taken into the household, because if she was sent away, this would have left her stateless. You've got to understand the political situation at the time. This would have exposed her to danger, left her status, and undermined the diplomatic norms at the time. And it would have removed protection from her and her child. So Islamic law later said that, that a woman, a concubine who bears a child, cannot be sold, which was very common in the medieval world at the time, as her child is fully legitimate, which even in 18th and 19th century America, that wasn't the case. This was radical reform at the time, radical to the time.
No one even knew what Islam was. The Feronius met you guys and was like, well, what do you mean? You guys believe in Jesus? He knew nothing about you guys. So no one's sending out a telegram. When you say, oh, this was monumental and nobody else was doing it at the time, there was a lot of stuff going on in the world that you guys weren't doing at the time.
Very true. Yeah, very true.
Yeah, so when you talk about this monumental moment, it doesn't really give, like no one knew what you guys were doing down there. So I mean, I get the sentiment, but it's not like it's sending a shockwave. It's not sending a shockwave to the rest of the world that you guys are doing it. Now everyone's gonna follow. That's not how it works.
No,
as far as him marrying her initially for some sort of protection, that only came after.
That's not true. Historically, that's not true. One second. She was sent to him as a diplomatic treaty by the Byzantine.
Diplomatic treaty.
Right.
And they had diplomatic treaties with the Byzantines. Is that what you said?
100%. This is historical.
And what was the treaty?
This is not from an Islamic. Say that again.
And what was the treaty for?
What do you mean?
What was it for?
With the Byzantines, or which treaty?
With the Byzantines, what for?
So this is not from an Islamic source, right? So these are the historical records. I'm not presenting an Islamic viewpoint. The treaty
what was
with
the treaty
Byzantines,
for?
Yeah, the treaty with the Byzantine Empire was depends on which one you mean, right? So there wasn't a single formal treaty with the Byzantine Empire itself, in the way that, say, there was one with Quraysh, the Hudaybiyah. But what did exist were diplomatic contacts and local agreements and non-aggression arrangements. An empire-wide treaty, but there were diplomatic correspondence with the Emperor Heraclius, for example. There were peaceful agreements with the regional authorities in Egypt. There was non-aggression and protection treaties with the Byzantine-aligned Arab tribes themselves. It was a clear attempt to avoid war unless attacked. So the letter, for example, to the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, he sent a letter inviting him to Islam and establishing peaceful diplomatic relationships. There was no threat, there was no declaration of war. As a matter of fact, even within the Byzantine history, Heraclius, obviously has a different name, you guys call him Heracles, he received the letter respectfully and actually did investigate the claims and then decided not to accept Islam and also decided not to attack. So this was diplomacy, right? The treaty with Egypt, the Byzantine. A historical fact. It wasn't in conquest. She wasn't captured. This was a Christian king or governor, I should say, from the Byzantine Empire, who rejected Islam but then chose peace and then sent a gift in the form of concubines. So de facto non-aggression, establishing safe relations between Egypt and Medina at the time. There was no forced conversion, there was no conflict. So this was regional and diplomatic treaties rather than imperial kind of behavior, as we saw later with other empires. There were other treaties, if you want to know about them, but obviously there were the Byzantine Empire ruled the region large client tribes, like the Ghassanids or the Northern Arabian tribes. Words. So these were real treaties, but with the Byzantine aligned communities themselves, not with Constantinople. Does that make sense?
It makes no sense. A little bit of it did. A little bit of it did. I think you're conflating time. You're conflating some time periods in that. I think your examples were because you conflating. So, so let's look at this. She had no legal status when she was first given to him. She was classified as a concubine, right-hand possession. Her status was considered lawful sexual access under Islamic law without marriage. We have these verses, 23, 5, and 6, chapter 70, 29, and 30, chapter 4, 24. 424, I think you know very well. Only became some of protection only after she bore a son. His name was, after giving her status rose to not wife, but to mother of child. So she could no longer be sold and would become free after Muhammad's death. That is what gave her the status, not her initial, like her being given to him. That didn't give her any status. That just gave her status as concubine. And after she bore the child was when she was given this other status that she couldn't be sold off again. Okay? So just because you got that wrong. Her initial status there was concubine.
Yes. So Megatron, what do you understand about the status of a concubine at the time? What's your understanding of the status of a concubine? What did it mean? But I guess what did concubine mean in the ancient world is what I'm trying to say.
Prostitute. She's gonna be pimped out. She's money. She's literally cash flow. She's cash flow. So for the only reason why I have concubines is to sell them off to other men. So it's a money maker.
Yeah, I guess in a way you're right. So in pre-modern societies, not just in Arabia, Mesopotamia, Rome, Persia, India, China, biblical Israel, in all these pre-modern society, slavery and sexual access to enslaved women was unregulated. It was owner-centered, and as you say, the woman could be easily used sexually, sold at will. They can be discarded without any consequence. You're completely right. So that was the baseline, though, in these pre-modern societies that then Islam entered. There was no concept of consent or rights or lineage or protection of enslaved women or anything like that. This was the baseline. This was the baseline kind of society, pre-modern society across all these cultures, from Rome to Persia, from Mesopotamia to China. So Islam then, it didn't invent the idea of a concubine. This was already existing. It inherited a world where it already existed, and then it immediately changed its moral and legal structure. So sexual access, as you say, was not unrestricted. It actually limited Islam, limited sexual relations to legal frameworks only. So either marriage or the right-hand possession, as you say, or the bond sexual property, because Islamic law imposes conditions and consequences for your relationships with bond women, which didn't exist before. So the rights of the concubine, which were unprecedented at the time,
I understand.
Yeah, there was no.
But you're contradicting
but there's
your
no,
book here.
the important thing.
You're contradicting your very book here.
No, I'll tell you why.
66, 1 through 5. 66, 1 through 5.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have to. Then you're just gonna have to negate everything you just said.
No, because I'm going to bring it from the book itself. So in chapter 24, verse 33, it specifically says, "Do not compel your slave women or your bond women into prostitution." This was unprecedented at the time. Not a single culture existed that had any sort of regulation at all. This is direct, not to compel the woman into prostitution. This is direct order. So it's the exact opposite. You don't have
This is only happening in a local area where he is, and local laws and rules. This doesn't go all the way up to Constantinople, nor is it going all the way to Rome, nor is it going all the way to Ibiza. It's just
but there's no compulsion. That you don't have to follow him. But if you view that was the message, and if you viewed that message as righteous, then you follow it. If you don't view it,
this is only for the small little crowd of 3,000 people that followed him at the time.
Not correct. This was for the crowd. Anyone who accepted that message. Anyone
What
who
message?
accepted
That message at the time wasn't widespread. It's only started to become widespread later on after he died, and they started going into other places.
Of course.
But right now, he's only traveling back and forth from Medina to.
But how?
We're talking about a small group of people here.
Megatron,
Don't say it was like sent out into the world.
Yeah, but it
like an email or something. Like
exactly.
he
You said it.
He didn't CC anybody.
Megatron, you.
Are you saying no? It wasn't for the world.
Of course,
the world doesn't. Listen. If you're
talking about it now in 2026 in America.
If you're a pimp in Chicago, and I'm a pimp in New York.
Yeah.
My hoes do what my hoes do. Your hoes do what your hoes do.
Yeah.
I start doing something unprecedented with my hoes. Your hoes don't know about it because they're gonna do what you do. But that's it. You talking about pimp game? He's not sending out new rules to the pimp game in the world. You need to stop that. I even feel bad. How was it sent out to the world now the
how was it
game
not?
has changed?
How
what are you
was it
talking
not?
about?
How was it not sent out to the world?
Who knew about it?
Okay, so your argument, if it wasn't.
It's not my argument. I'm just like listen. Let's.
That it says, "We have sent you to all mankind as a bringer of good news and as a warner, We have not sent you except as a mercy to the world." This is chapter 21. So the universality of the message doesn't need to equal instant global broadcast. That just wasn't possible, right? So there's a message in human history that reached the entire globe instantly until modern technology was put in place. Not a single message that you can point to now in all of human history that reached the entire globe instantly. No religion was sent to the whole world at once. The objection, your objection collapses when it's applied consistently. Moses' message did not reach China or the Americas or sub-Saharan Africa. Jesus' preaching was confined to a few villages in Palestine. So even Christianity took centuries to spread, largely through empire, not through preaching. Buddhism spread slowly over trade Okay.
But let's think about this, right? Think about what he solidified to his local people before it even goes out into the world. Because still today, you can't deny that it happened. Because it was written. There's stories in there about Maria.
Mm.
So, what does it say? What does it say about sexual ethics? What does it say about sexual ethics without marriage? If this went down, if he was given a woman, right? If he was given a woman, what does it say locally and now historically? That he can have relations with a woman and not be married because he was given someone as a concubine. That's number one. Number two, right? He's a prophet. He's supposed to be setting examples. So he's supposed to be this perfect model, and now his action of receiving this woman, nor okay? So his perfect model, that went out the window. And what is this?
But you can't reach a conclusion like that without any basis. Why do you say it went out the window?
Because still today, the perfect person that you have as a model received a woman as a slave and he took her as his concubine.
Well, that's not true. I just told you he freed her and she lived.
He didn't free her. He freed her only after he slept with her and she became a successful child. And she wasn't to be sold again because of the rules in Islam. That because she was a woman of child, which is what her status was, it elevated her status to woman of child. This is after he didn't look at her and then she got pregnant and then she got no. He must have done what with her? What did you do with her to have a child?
Okay, I'll repeat it again because the status automatically again, something that didn't exist in the medieval world. She became, say, the mother of a child. She could never be sold, she could never be given away, she couldn't be inherited, as was common practice at the time. She had permanent security, and her child, again, which wasn't common, her child was legitimate and free. So in practice and in treatment, even though legal freedom followed the standard rule below, before any of this was even possible, and legal freedom upon the Prophet's death under classic Islamic law, she became fully free.
You want to know something? You want because you just going in circles now. Now you're repeating yourself. If he was the person who freed slaves, and someone came to us that me and you.
It would not have.
No, so he's not going to free her immediately. He's gonna stick to his cardinal ways and his desires, And guess what? There's going to be some turmoil between him, Aisha, the other wife, because he's spending too much time with the Coptic. So now he needs revelation from God. What is this shit, man? Is this about his personal? Is this about his personal needs that you guys say is?
Yeah,
or is this about his personal cardinal ways about him wanting to have these women? Because one, he failed having a child with her. And then when she failed having a child and her son died, it's not like he had a child with her again.
Yeah.
It's not like he kept trying.
Yeah. So your first question, as I say, is a really nice, like, thoughtful follow-up question. I'm not sure about the second part because we already discussed that, but presenting an Islamic viewpoint, but if you look at it academically, it would not have improved her security at the time or dignity in that historical context. Because, in Islam, you deliberately choose a structure that protects yourself, your wife, your children, your society, but dismantling a concubine agreement immediately, it wouldn't have provided any benefits, because you're now that's what I was saying earlier, you're applying modern conditions to historical situations. So today if you're freedom, that means that you've got citizenship, you've got legal protection, you've got economic opportunity, and you have a state that enforces all these freedoms. But none of that existed in the 7th century world. So immediate freeing of a concubine who has no tribe. There was no legal infrastructure around at the time to protect her. This would have just meant she was living in poverty and vulnerably.
Let me explain to what you're saying, because honestly, you just waffling. Maria was given to Muhammad as a diplomatic gift.
By Christian king.
All right. She functionally, she functioned as a lawful concubine under Islamic law. Bore him a son, and her case reinforced having a concubine in Islam as a divinely sanctioned institution. While this happened, this triggered revelation that's defended the prophets. That you wanted.
You repeat. We already covered that, though.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, you're just straight up trying to tell me now about not the divine revelation, because that has nothing to do with him rejecting. He's a prophet. He could do what the fuck he wants. People could come and try to give him a fucking pig. What if they gave him a pig as a gift? You think he's gonna accept it and eat it?
No, but we just
because it's a gift. So just because she's a fucking concubine doesn't mean you have to. It's just if he has to take it and then test ride it. He's not test riding the pig.
Yeah, but we just covered why freeing her immediately wasn't a better option. You think? Who's that?
You even have to look at Muhammad. All right. So then, how is she not protected? She's now all right. I take her. All right. She's with me. All right. She's free.
But we just said freedom. Freedom didn't guarantee you any legal protection or economic opportunity.
Then his word, then what you're saying about your prophet's word to other people that she is free means nothing. That's what you're saying.
Of course not, because at the time, as I said, freedom didn't guarantee you.
So it means that there was other people among him that weren't good people that held to his word. They did what the fuck they wanted.
Of course there were bad people around him.
Okay, so then that's it. So to protect
the 7th century Arabia was full of bad people.
Talking about people.
7th century Arabia was full of bad people. Your argument is circular, i.e., it starts at one point and goes back to the same point. It's a circular argument. I just told you, freedom doesn't mean citizenship. It doesn't mean legal. Whereas if you were just free without any of these things, you just lived in poverty and you lived vulnerably, and you open yourself up to exploitation and prostitution. So, you know, there's no Islam, there's no
Wait, they were doing
performative.
prostitution under Islamic law?
No, you can't, because Islam
Then
Islam
how
doesn't.
was this? So then how did this send the shockwave? You see how you're contradicting yourself?
No, let me
So then how did this send the shockwave by him doing this? Nothing changed. You're saying something changed and he instituted new pimp laws. Nothing changed, because if he would have freed her on the spot, it wouldn't have changed anything.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
It didn't change it then, nor did it change it after he took her as a concubine. It's ridiculous.
I'll tell you why it doesn't change, because it's not. This is not performative abolition. This was structural reform.
But babe, I don't need a rundown. I got it.
Yeah. Okay. So keeping a to answer your question, keeping her guaranteed a house, accountability publicly, and she had a legal status that couldn't be violated. She was safer that way. So your idea of freedom is completely different to what the reality was in the 7th century Christian, Muslim, Chinese, Buddhist, whatever societies. Your idea of freedom is completely different. It's biased by a 21st century lens. So, you know, you have to act within the law, first of all. So this was the law.
Jesus wasn't rebuking the Pharisees for having concubines because it was against Levitical law. Very simple. So now the kings and queens like Solomon and many, they were kings. Not only were they under some sort of God's law, he had his own law. Right? Just like Muhammad. Look at that. Just like Muhammad. It was 4, but he's allowed to have 14. Solomon's following the same. He's following the same shit Solomon's doing. You know, there's the Levitical law, but then he's king, so he has his own. But we're talking about the laws instituted by God. And the law instituted by your God, it says that you can possess women with your right hand.
Okay, very, very, very good. So because you said it, I didn't say it, right? So in Christianity, and I'm going to present it from, again, not a Christian lens, but from an academic lens, right? So in Christianity, sin's not a law, right? Can we agree on that? Sin's not defined by a law. There's basics of Christianity. Sin's not defined by a law. It's a violation of God's will, as you say, or falling short of God's will or God's ideal or whatever. So it's the participation in a fallen world that constitutes a sin in Christianity. It's not defined by any laws at all. So this then obviously will lead you to 2 important things. So many things were tolerated in Christianity without being morally ideal. And, you know, in Christianity, moral perfection is only embodied in Christ, i.e. Jesus without sin, not biblical figures in general, or the only character, if we want to talk academically, not religiously, who's without sin. So you say we're in Christianity.
Like you said, not religiously?
Yeah, I'm saying this is an academic discussion or religious discussion. So you're saying
this is a listen to me. Your book and my book. They're not about him.
Okay, so concubines in Christianity, it was allowed and not considered a sin. I can clearly tell you that.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Where was it promoted?
Let's have, okay, so in Genesis, Abraham and...
Where was...
and
you put it in there?
Abraham and Hagar. It was explicitly lawful. It wasn't called a sin in Genesis. So Sarah gave Hagar as slave to Abraham. And she became pregnant. And then God intervened to protect Hagar and her child. So God never God promised him that, you know, he will lead a great nation.
That's your final answer? That's your final answer? No, I just want to know. You're going to go with this because I'm going to let you... Are you going to continue? Because I'm going to let you talk. I just want to know.
All right, give me 2 minutes and then...
Go ahead, take it.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your answer, right? So you're saying it wasn't in the context of sinning. So it was allowed and not considered a sin for Abraham and Hajar. Abraham was never rebuked for his sexual relations with Hajar. I can't remember the exact text, but I think it was also in Genesis. Jacob and Rachel and Leah gave their slave women to Jacob, and children were born to concubines and became the founders of the tribes of Israel. Dan and Asher and Gad, etc. They all came from concubines. So the tribes of Israel were not founded, they're not founded through sin, are they? Core or the base of biblical theology that Israel was founded on moral transgression against God, otherwise known as sin. And in Moses' law, it did explicitly regulate concubines. So if it was not considered a sin, it wouldn't have been regulated. You said it didn't regulate it, but actually in the law of Moses, it was regulated because in Exodus, again, I can't remember the exact passage, but in Exodus, it specifically says that a father can sell his own daughter as a wife or a concubine. And this is in the context of a book that was regulating food, clothing, etc., as well as sexual rights. So regulation doesn't equal sin here, right? Because biblical law, it never regulated sinful acts. You can't give me a single example where biblical law, for example, regulates adultery or incest or the worship of
Did Moses come down to Abraham?
So your point is Leviticus.
Answer. Try to pay attention to see because I want to show you how ignorant you are, right?
Okay.
You asked me about Abraham.
Just focus on the point. Don't worry.
What's wrong with you, bro?
No, I'm saying don't worry.
Are you okay?
Argue.
All right, so just mute up.
Yeah, mute. But don't worry about my ignorance. Discuss the point.
No. I want to know how. This is how ignorant you are. Did Moses give Abraham the tablets?
No. Who said
exactly.
that?
So what went on in Genesis? Was this before the tablets or after?
Leviticus? Are you talking about Leviticus?
Yeah, Leviticus. Okay. Was it before or
after? In Leviticus strictly forbids sexual relations in detail. Yeah. It talks about incest, adultery.
Thank you. Was this Leviticus was first? Are you saying Leviticus was first?
No, but I'm saying it.
Okay. So it came after. Right? So what do we have? We have the first 5 books. Genesis is talking about what? The creation story, Abraham, right? There's no Moses. None. There's Joseph. A lot of shit going on in Genesis. The Nephilim. This is all before the flood. This is all before before Moses stepped on the scene. Correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
Thank you. So then how could Abraham, with the concubine thing, plus we're talking about 2,200 BCE. Maybe even before that. We're talking about Canaan. No, it's 3,000. We're talking about the Canaanites. This is before the Phoenicians. Phoenicians are recorded. The Phoenicians are recorded around like 2500 BCE. This is even before that because the Phoenicians were the descendants of the Canaanites, and they were up in Lebanon. So now I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, this is even before Canaan. This is like the time of Canaan, like during that time of Canaan. So now I'm saying to myself, like, so then what is it? So what year is this? You're not going to sit here and hold a Christian when to a time that's farther away from us than it was from Jesus. So now you're holding me to a law that was 3,000 years, 2,000 years before Christ. But yet your prophet came in the 600 AD. Thousand years ago, bro. So you're holding me to laws that happened that are way, 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 way out of the realm of anything that you're talking about with social norms. They don't even match up. Okay, they don't fucking match up. What you're holding me to here is a completely ridiculous claim. Plus, you couldn't even fucking prove Moses, let alone fucking Abraham. So stop this. Just stop this nonsense. If you had the choice, if your God got a message, your prophet got messages about stuff that happened in the past, he should have been educated on these things. He can't compare himself to Abraham when that was 3,000 years before him. That's ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that these Bedouins are still following the same laws from Abraham? That's crazy. Why are you comparing Abraham stories? And why are you talking to me about Genesis giving us laws? You know that the laws are not in Genesis. I mean, you should know this, brother. But now I have to stop the conversation to educate you so that you don't keep making these blunders and just misrepresenting the Christian, even the Jewish and Christian view about this. This is crazy. This is insane, bro. Now we have to stop the conversation. Now I have to stop the debate that we're having to educate you. Now, where do we start from here? Now, after me educating you, you think that I'm going to continue to educate you throughout the debate? And then in the end, if I don't answer a question, you're going to tell me I'm running away. Like, how
you're not running away. I think you're dealing with it head on, actually. I don't think you're running away. But your argument, with all due respect, is completely incorrect, because you're saying because Genesis came first and then Leviticus came later, and concubines was talking about concubines was in Genesis, later corrected, and it was therefore afterwards found sinful and invalid. Your own biblical scholars, as neat as that sounds, but your own biblical theology does not condone that, because I
don't know why you're telling me about scholars when you haven't mentioned one. Give me the standard. Give me the standard for your scholars.
Because in the Bible, I'll give you.
No. Answer the question. Give me the standard for your scholar. Give me the scholar you're talking about.
Scholar saying what?
So then stop mentioning scholar. If you're not going to bring up the scholar's name and the stuff that he's reading,
no problem.
Bring up the scholar.
If I'm saying anything wrong in biblical,
don't bring up scholars. Then just don't bring up scholars, because you're going to say scholars, and then you're going to say your anecdotal bullshit.
Okay, so if I'm wrong, you can correct me.
No. Give me the scholar that you're getting the information from.
Many scholars, bro.
Give me the scholar. Give me the name. What's the name? They're talking about.
Okay, it depends on which scholar that says what. What do you want a scholar for?
What you're saying right now, you wanted to quote a scholar. I'm saying, okay, which scholar?
Okay, John Calvin. This is one of the most. He's one of the most.
John Calvin.
Yeah, John Calvin.
John Calvin from Calvinism.
Yeah.
You're quoting John Calvin about the concubine. Okay, go ahead.
These are all this is
No,
all
what did John Calvin have to say? That's interesting.
Right. Okay. I'll take.
What did John Calvin have to say? That fucking heretic. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't like John Calvin?
No, he's a piece of shit. He doesn't follow Christ. He's a heretic. He believes in predestination and he's falling outside of the dogma of the Catholic Church. So yeah.
Yeah.
He's a heretic that's dying in his piss and shit. But go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just don't know which particular denomination you follow.
What did John Calvin say about Leviticus? What did he say about
moral correction? Because the Bible was.
That's a general statement. We're talking about concubines.
I'm coming to it. The Bible wasn't it's not a linear model and a linear upgrade system, because later revelations don't cancel earlier practices. For example, in Genesis, you talk about Genesis, animal sacrifice appears in Genesis, and it continues in Leviticus. Polygamy appears in Genesis, and it continues through Leviticus. Slavery appears in Genesis, and regardless of what you say, it is regulated.
But we're talking about concubines.
Concubines was regulated in Leviticus. It wasn't abolished. That's not true.
So you're telling me Moses had them too?
Yeah. So in Leviticus, you have rules about incest, about same-sex or homosexuality. Concubines.
Where was the concubine? Tell me in the. Show me in Leviticus when they were practicing this stuff.
Do you accept the book of Exodus or Deuteronomy as legislative? Do you accept them or no?
Just give me the ruling where it regulated being a concubine.
Okay. In Exodus, it allows a man to acquire a female slave as a sexual partner explicitly. True or not true?
Show it to me. Give me the book chapter verse.
I'll need to go find it. But are you saying
book chapter verse?
Okay, 1 second.
Until then, it's just your personal,
Okay, no, I'll find it.
Why are you?
I've got the Bible in front of me here. You want a chapter? Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, man, your credibility me continuing this conversation.
You wanted a chapter, Megatron.
Yeah,
go to Exodus.
You said in Genesis they allowed it, and you're saying that's God's law. Well, we know that's not God's law.
Okay,
so
go to Exodus.
Stop again. Tell me where this
I'm giving you the Bible chapter.
I'll give you. You could give me all the book. Yeah, read it.
Okay, so it explicitly allows a man to acquire.
Read it.
Read what? I'm reading
read
it
the
now.
verse. Oh no, you don't want to read it.
I'll read it, but
read it.
But you asked for a specific.
Can you read it, please? Stop grandstanding. Just read.
Okay, so if a man here, I'll read it to you, and you tell me what it says. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these three things, she is to go free.
So if you need to hire my daughter as a midwife, as a servant in your house, right? It doesn't mean you can pimp her out.
My parents had servants. My guy. Wait 1 second. My parents had servants in their house.
Okay.
They were not concubine. I guarantee you, they were not concubine.
Were they used for sexual relations?
No, that's the point.
Okay.
Why are you supposing that it means that? Where do you get that from?
Because it talks about sexual relations with the so-called servant. I've just read it.
What?
I've just read it to you.
It says if he selects her. It says here, if he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. So she's granted rights of a daughter.
He's selling her as a servant, brother.
Yes. So if a man wants the one, okay, listen close. Listen close.
All right.
A daughter
you want
is
something
sold.
specifically about taking her as a concubine? Why don't
theoretical son, she is actually even granted the rights that a daughter of the man would have.
This is my point, though.
If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these three things, she is to go free without any payment for money. So actually, it means that she has to be taken care of, and she has rights. And if the rights are not met, she goes free.
But I agree. That's what.
So where is the concubine? Where are you seeing this?
This is regulation of captive women.
But I don't understand, brother. We're trying to understand where are you seeing
who's captive?
What do you mean? It's someone who's sold as a servant is not captive.
Where is the captivity? Dude,
bro,
read sold, dude.
She's sold. How do you sell someone who's not a captive?
If a father, dude. Okay, look. Okay, what can I call you? What can
call me the.
For reasons for, I don't know, protection, they need to work and sustainability. The Israelites were allowed to sell themselves into other Israelites. That's a law. If you read Leviticus, you would know that.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's no
verse that you're talking about in verse 7 of chapter 21, it starts off with saying that if a man sells his daughter, so that doesn't mean that's his own daughter. That's his daughter.
So you're saying that Exodus is not talking about concubines, right?
No, it's not concubine.
Okay.
Actually, the
argument has no linguistic or scholarly basis at all.
My friend, if you read the Mosaic Law, any type of intercourse outside of marriage is counted as fornication or adultery.
Yeah. So you're saying that someone who's sold is not a concubine.
I'm saying concubinage is outside of Mosaic Law. It doesn't exist. So where in the Mosaic Law do you do?
So the same.
So you're saying the Mosaic Law? Show me where it says that you can have sex outside of marriage.
Let's stick to the Exodus one, right? So you're saying this just means a generic servant. In all your biblical Hebrew languages, there's many different words for servants, right? So in Hebrew, the translations differ, but the Amma, which is the actual word in the Hebrew Bible, refers to a woman destined for sexual relations. So just because we're talking,
you're talking this.
This is definitions, bro. Listen, you can't argue the basics because then we can't have a debate. Are you saying what's the definition of Amma?
We have to agree on the definition. It says here. Bondwoman, maid, servant.
Okay. What?
A maid servant or a female slave.
Okay.
So
what's a female slave?
So where are you? So it's.
Listen, if we can't agree on things that are not even controversial within biblical scholarship, we can't have this discussion.
Dude, you're saying biblical scholarship without
I'm going on Bible. I told you to stop saying that.
So I'll give you the source. What about halal?
I'm going on Bible, but I see the lexicon.
Okay, yeah, go right. So you know the BDB Hebrew lexicon. Do you accept that or no? We've got to know what we accept. Female slave.
That's so semantical. What is wrong with you?
We have to be semantical.
Anyway, so a woman or female servant doesn't matter, right? So you're saying Amma.
the definition means that you said earlier it's a woman or female servant destined for sex, right? The nuance between woman and servant doesn't matter.
Okay, God.
Now you said you read your own the lexicon you chose, and even that one tells you it means woman. It can mean servant, and then often, not destined, often used for sexual pleasure.
Okay.
So please be precise and don't make it seem as if it's necessarily meaning that it's talking about a woman used for pleasure, because often doesn't mean always.
Okay.
And it's giving you different.
Even if we go by your
yes.
Okay, so it's regulating what can be a female concubine.
Else.
Okay, we're going around in circles.
We're going around in circles because you know you have. You know that it has three different
Bible,
definitions.
and I studied the Bible. I studied the Quran. I don't have any allegiance to
You
one
study
or
the Bible, and you don't get that three definitions for one word cannot be applied simultaneously.
So if in Exodus it talks about the sale of a daughter and failing to please the daughter sexually or please the
it's
master.
Not. Wait. Where does it say please? Where does it say please sexually? Where?
I just said it to you. Okay, I'll read it again. I want you to listen.
Definitions where, dude, what you've read, I don't know if you understand lexicons. What you've read is the different definitions in which the word is used and how it's used from the Bible.
Okay, let's read it again.
One word can have different meanings depending on the context.
Okay.
So one of them can be made to mean. That the verse is talking about sexual slaves specifically. Why are you adding?
Let's read. Let's read
critical thinker. Go ahead.
Let's read it again. Let's read it again. I want you to be fair, right? If a man sells his daughter as let's forget Amma, forget slave. Let's use the exact same English translation. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not captive.
Anybody?
Don't play it. If someone is sold, they can't go free. How are they not captive?
Did you study the Bible? Did you read the Torah? Did you read the first 5 books?
Listen to
you've read the first 5 books, and you're telling me you never read. You never read. You didn't know. One second, dude. 1 second.
Pretend I want to understand and then enter your religion.
No
so you're trying to convince
no one sold their daughter for sex.
Evangelical.
No one is their daughter off.
Just answer this question. I'm asking you a direct question. I want an answer.
So that's the reason why. If we did do that, then we would have a word.
If someone is sold and they can't go free,
the word would just be concubine.
And they can't go free, what does that make them?
I just think you're arguing a you're not, first of all,
answer the
question.
Study this stuff.
I've answered them.
Don't run from the question.
I knew you were going to do this. You see, I knew he was going to do this. I knew he was going to come here and we had to educate him. And then once we get to the ridiculousness, he's going to say I'm running away. Didn't I tell you that was going to happen? I knew you were going to do that. That's how you guys operate.
Why
you guys operate and you misrepresent.
Who is you guys?
Because I told you to do this. I knew you were going to do this. I knew I have to sit here and educate you. And
all right. I want you to educate me, right? If someone is sold and they don't go free, what does that mean?
I want to run away.
So you don't answer it.
No, I don't feel
we answered you.
Me answering the first question.
What's the answer? You never answered me. You're talking about me and
I'm running away. That's how you want to win debates. You want to misrepresent until they're exhausted talking to you.
Go on.
That's the way you want to win debates. It's fine, bro.
Go on.
Let me ask this. What have we not answered?
I'm not here to win debates.
This guy's not engaging, honestly.
If you said Exodus 7, right? You told me to give you an example. I gave you an example.
Yeah. What have we not answered? Because your example doesn't work.
No, I said if someone is sold and they can't go free, what does that make them? That's my only question.
She can go free. It literally tells you later how she can go free.
I just read the verse. Right. So you're saying she can go free under certain. 1 second. She can go free, but only under certain circumstances, right?
This guy's justifying concubines in Islam using Levitical.
No, I'm not justifying anything.
Yes, I'll go with you on that. Yeah, sure.
Talk about it.
So if someone can only go free under certain circumstances,
an Israelite could be set. Okay, look, an Israelite could be set free in the Jubilee year, the 7th year, or they could actually buy their freedom. So there's different circumstances.
They have to misrepresent the other book.
Okay, 100%. I agree with you. Megatron, we're just having a discussion. Don't get upset.
It's annoying, G. I'm not upset. It's just completely question. Like you're debating. I think you're debating. You came up. I already proved my point to you.
You didn't prove anything.
Muhammad receiving a concubine, and
you didn't prove anything. I just gave you
66 from 1 to 5 is about his personal.
I'm not talking about the Bible, you motherfucker. We are you motherfucker. Megatron is talking about the Bible. He asked me to bring him the Don't be emotional.
Hold on, Coptic. Hold on. Don't ruin the conversation because you just got here. This guy's out of his mind.
Megatron asked me to bring a verse from the Bible. So why are you telling me we're not talking about the Bible?
Because then why don't they use the word concubine or
regular? They use the word. They use the word amma.
I will explain that to you.
Oh my God.
Over that.
You just said it can mean concubine. You said it. I didn't say it.
Concubine means
it can under certain yes, in some verses, sure, yes.
Okay, I agree with you then. We're saying
but it's the wife that has the contract, right? But you in Milk doesn't require a contract.
No. Megatron's point was that there's.
It's fine. We're just talking about the Bible. Forget it.
Yeah, Megatron's point.
If this was about Quran, it could be over.
No, I'm not here to defend the Quran or the Bible.
Over, and then it's just trying to say, well, you guys did it too.
He's trying to make it.
Think about this.
I'll give you another example.
The more advanced, think about how backwards he's going. The Levitical law actually is better than what Muhammad has given. The law is supposed to be better, not worse.
Maybe. I didn't.
What do you mean maybe?
That's not my argument. I'm not here
so what is your argument? Your argument is that Muhammad allowed things to be worse than it was in the past? You're saying what it was regulating everything. That's how we got here. We got here because you said there was this. Because, listen, we got here.
Because you said
we got here. We got here. Just because you over-talk me doesn't make you right.
No, I was talking. You interrupted me, but I can stay quiet. If you want to have a civilized discussion, I'll mute my mic.
You said that Muhammad came and regulated the law,
just like the Bible.
And that what? So then the concubine. Listen, if you're saying that these are concubines,
I'm not a fan of either. I'm listening.
I'm telling you right now. If you're saying that Leviticus before the law. Genesis is before the law. And I think you see what I'm saying? Like I educated you on that.
Yeah, Exodus.
But you ignored me on that. See how you disrespected me? I said, listen, let's have a side note. Chill out, bro. Get my shit out.
That's not me talking. It's Sam.
But I understand. So now we're saying to you, I stopped and I educated you on the whole thing that it's not that. It's not. You can't use Genesis.
Okay, can you use Exodus?
So yes. We're in Exodus.
What about Deuteronomy?
So now, if Muhammad comes with a message, you're saying that he came and regulated something that wasn't instituted before?
Mm-hmm.
And you see, you lied because the law that he's giving, the law that Muhammad is giving, is worse than this Levitical law. In order for you to have sex with this person who's it can't be. It can't be better than the Levitical law.
Okay.
Was Moses giving away concubines as a gift, as a treaty?
I want to hear your answer.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is what I mean, and this is the reason why we're getting so far away. Because now you want us to educate you in the Bible.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
We're going to say one little thing that's wrong.
Why is that?
We're going to say one little thing that's wrong, and you're going to harp on it, and you're still possessing the right hand. Doesn't make any sense, bro.
I'm not here to win points or jump on points or whatever. Let's say I'm here to learn about the Bible. Why is that a bad thing?
Well, then do it with an open mind.
Very open mind. I want to hear your opinion.
You see how?
Let me just.
You see how this verse
give me
doesn't
3 minutes,
your point,
and I want to hear all your answers. I'll just say 3 minutes. I'm curious, right? So you're saying there's no post-Genesis examples of sex slaves. Forget.
Sex slaves. Yeah, I agree. There's no
examples of sex slaves. I'll give you an
If
example.
you're talking about examples like people doing it, yeah, sure.
No.
But I'm allowed. If the argument is that, sure. But if you're saying that it's mandated by God,
I didn't say it was mandated. I said it was allowed.
Allowed by who?
Yeah, there's stories in the Bible of people doing horrible things.
Allowed
that
by
doesn't
God.
mean that it's part of
That's
Levitical
not even
law.
true. So God doesn't even allow for that. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, you would have to prove it.
Okay, that's what
I know what you're going to do.
I'm not trying to prove it. I'm trying to ask
you're going to get David.
One second, Coptic. Yeah, we covered that earlier with Megatron. He said, if it's not in the post-Genesis law, then it's not applicable. I accept that fully, and actually, it makes sense because you've got to be accurate in terms of your source of legislation. So Megatron said to me, "There's no examples in any post-Genesis texts where sex slaves are allowed." Do you agree with that or no?
Yes, because they don't allow shrine prostitution, meaning that in temples, in places of worship, the women are not allowed inside the temple. So the shrine prostitution that goes on is with young boys. They're also against this because the women are allowed to stay outside of the temple and not allowed to go in. So this is called shrine prostitution. Shrine prostitution. So on top of that, even if for work as a laborer, the man that bought him for the laborer can't fuck him. There's not even that's allowed.
Okay, so my question is, there's no.
Can we go to Genesis, like the verse you mentioned?
Okay, yeah. So you said there's no post-Genesis examples of sex slaves. We talked about Exodus. You don't accept that.
Well, can you give the verse though?
Okay, yeah. So you're saying, let's forget about Exodus because you want only post-Genesis. Let's forget about Exodus because you didn't accept
any verse in the Bible that says like that shows that God mandates.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a few. Let me finish them, and then I want
your best one. Your best one.
No, I want to hear your answers to them, right? Leviticus.
The best one, yes. Go ahead. The best. Go keep it.
Leviticus 19:20, explicitly talking about sexual act with a slave. If a man lies sexually with a woman who is a slave, there shall be no punishment, but they shall not be put to death because she was not free. Leviticus 19:20. Deuteronomy, again, post-Genesis, talking about a war captive. You may go into her and be
after he marries her.
There's no war captives. There's no war captives. No, yeah, we're not doing war captives. War captives is not allowed. Not allowed. First of all, the rules are you have to shave her head. You have to.
No, let's do one at a time.
You said Leviticus 19:20, correct?
He's not here to learn. He just wants to do the speed run.
No, let's do one
because he got it wrong. I'm showing one.
Yeah,
So you said
he wants to. He's still debating. He's not learning. He's still debate mode.
Okay, let's do one
let's
at a
read
time.
it. Let's read it together. Leviticus.
Learn each verse first. Then it carries on to the next.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Let us read. So you said Leviticus 19:20.
Yeah, 20
That's
to
the
22,
verse, right?
Yeah.
Leviticus, which the same verse that says, if a man sleeps with a female slave who is promised to another man, but who has not been ransomed or given her freedom, there must be due punishment. Yet they are not to be put to death because she had not been freed.
Yeah.
So where are you seeing that this is allowing for concubinage when it actually gives the punishment?
Yeah,
It gives punishment to this.
This is clear regulation of a sex slave.
It gives punishment. Where are you? Illicit, illegitimate intercourse with a servant or slave.
Yes.
So where are you seeing that this is allowing concubinage? It's the
That's
opposite.
my point. I'm not saying no. This is
insane, dude. It's insane.
This is clearly regulating
got the
how
opposite.
to
It actually condemns sex slavery. Like
you found the opposite. Thank you, bro.
Without the opposite.
This is bro. If we're gonna have an honest debate with someone who wants to learn,
you were learning.
Yeah, if we want to have an honest debate so that I can learn.
But are we still in debate mode or are we in learning mode? This is what I mean.
It's promised to another man.
Then if you start asking ridiculous questions after we've told you it, and then you still ask the ridiculous well, it's a ridiculous question. The reason why the questions that you say after you learned means that you weren't listening.
Okay, this verse. Let me put the question very, very clearly. Right, Megatron's point is that there's no regulation of anything about sex slaves or concubines after Genesis. That's the he just gave you a law that regulates what the punishment is for sleeping with a sex slave of another man. How is that not a regulation?
Why does it say that the woman is a sex slave? Why are you lying?
Okay, if a man...
Don't interrupt, please.
I'll read it to you again.
Okay, dude, show me.
Again.
Where did you see that the woman who is promised to another man is a sex slave?
If a man sleeps with a female slave who is promised to another man who has not been ransomed or given her freedom, there must be...
Okay, what does promise mean? What does promise to another man mean?
To be married.
1 second.
To be married. To be married.
No, we're talking about sex slaves. This is a female slave that one man
going to be married.
Right
Who's going to get married to the man? Which actually proves the opposite.
Where does it say that?
Promise means
Where
she's
does
going
it say
to be married to the man.
Okay,
where does it say marriage?
Go to the New King. It says betrothed. Betrothed.
No, where does it say marriage?
In the New King.
It means promise. That's what it means.
No.
It says betrothed. It says betrothed to a man. And whoever lies currently with a woman who is
female slave who's betrothed to another man?
Yeah, but then she doesn't become a slave anymore if he wants to have sex with her. She's now his wife.
Where does it say that?
Yeah, so a female sex slave who's going to be promised, right, betrothed, engaged, right, to a person who's going to...
Not even sex slave. It's not a sex slave. It's not about sex.
It's not a sex slave. It's not a sex slave.
So just a slave?
Yes, because the verse says slave. It doesn't say sex slave. You just added that in.
Okay, so the verse is regulating sexual relations with a slave.
Where are you? You're presupposing that. You have to prove it, dude.
It's you have to get married. You have to get married.
We can't discuss it if we can't. We just read it, and you're asking me a question as if We've just read Harry
However,
Potter.
it's saying that if a man sleeps, pretty much rapes a woman who is, let's say a slave woman, who is promised to another man, he's to be punished. Now, this is what the message is. Where are you seeing that this woman is a sex slave?
You can marry slaves. Like, no one here is this.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't wanna like, what's the word? Basically, yeah. Listen, Megatron.
You can't even compose a sentence, dude. You're just, come on, man. You know, you're being dishonest.
I'm dumbfounded. I'll tell you why. Because I come in good faith. Megatron made a claim.
Hell no, this is not good faith.
No, 1 second. I do this with all religions, right? So this is nothing to do with Bible, Quran, whatever. I do this with any religion because I don't like it when people make claims to justify their own viewpoint of what should be right or what should be wrong against established things in their book. So look at the actual language aerobics you're doing to prove that this is not talking about sex.
I'm not doing any critical analysis. I'm reading it, bro.
Sexually with a woman who's a slave, right? Who's designated for another man, or whatever you said, right? Now, even if you read this again in the actual original Hebrew word, right? Do you know what the Hebrew word used here was? Sifha.
Sure.
Right?
Tell me.
Sifha. Sifha. Go to the lexicon, the Hebrew Bible. These are your own sources, bro. It's literally defined as a female
what is it referring
bondwoman.
to? What is the referring to? What is it?
Female bondwoman.
Yeah, she's a female slave. She's a slave, and that she's gonna get married. She's not a sex slave. She's not a sex slave. Yeah.
Okay, so she's a slave.
Yeah.
It says Sifa. No. It says here. It says Sifa. Bond, maid, wench, bondwoman, woman servant, maid, maid servant, female servants, female servant. So it doesn't necessarily mean slave, sex slave.
Okay, let's say so. Regulate sexual relationships. Let's not call them a sex slave. Let's just call them a slave. There's regulation of how you sleep with your slave.
You have to get married to them.
It says promise. She's getting married, dude.
But why does promise mean marriage?
I already told you earlier. If you read the Torah and you get to the Mosaic law that's in parts of Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, and so on, you clearly see that any intercourse outside of marriage for an Israelite is either going to be fornication or adultery, because it's simply not allowed. Concubinage is not a concept in the Mosaic law, dude. Unless you marry the person, any sex is wrong. Simple.
No, but in the Bible, sex with an enslaved woman is not adultery.
It is.
It is, yeah.
Adultery.
So they have to get married. Yeah. And actually,
if they marry, outside of his that's not his wife because he's married, that's called adultery. If an Israelite man is not married to any wife, and he still goes to sleep with a man outside of marriage, that's going to be called fornication. But any outside of marriage is going to be either of those two.
But even if she's a sex slave.
There's no concept of a sex slave. That's the point.
Sorry, slave.
Yes, even with a slave, yes. Even if an Israelite man, cannot enter his slave. That's still a sin. Correct.
Okay. But so why does it say in Leviticus, a man lies sexually with a woman who's a slave, let's not call her a sex slave.
He's punished. It's dude. Are you like okay? I don't know if it's like brain fog or I'm not trying to be insult you.
No, but
It says if a man lies with a slave, right? If a man lies with a slave, promised to another, he's going. Or either he's doing it outside of marriage, or the woman is doing it outside of marriage.
But brother, the punishment here is not because you slept with her outside marriage. The punishment is clear. The punishment is because you slept with a slave who's not yours. Right? Read it again. The punishment here is
she's not his. Yes, she's not his. Correct.
Okay, so that means whoever
I agree with
can
that.
sleep with her.
He can't because she's not his. You said it yourself.
No, the owner. All right. Let's talk about it in steps. So if a man sleeps with another man's slave, according to this verse, then he's punished because it's not his slave. Yeah.
No, he's punished because he's sleeping outside of marriage.
That's not the exact word in the text. Is the punishment is because she's designated for another man. It says if a man lies sexually with a woman.
Well, yes, of course. If she's betrothed to somebody else, of course he's going to be punished because number. The word is haraf. The word is haraf. It means betrothed. It means betrothed, blaspheme, defy. So it depending on the context, it's going to be translated as. In this case, it's obviously betrothed. It's the only definition that fits. Because in Hebrew, how the same word can have many different meanings.
But also, Jebel, I think you were going to go after this to Deuteronomy 21, right?
Yeah, but the guy said Deuteronomy is not one verse at a time, so.
Because that's the verse people love to use, but that verse goes so much against. It goes to the opposite direction of what people.
I know that.
So that's why, and actually, this verse proves because this is a mandated law by God, and God actually then seals the deal that no, there has to be marriage. So if you get the woman after a month after shaving her and doing all of that, you actually have to get married to her. Right? So that actually just seals the deal right there. That there is no such thing.
You're talking about Deuteronomy 21 now, or?
Yeah, 21. Yeah.
But yeah, I know the argument. They refer to they in verses 27 to 28. It basically allows rape. Apparently.
But yeah, it says you're right. It says you need to take her as a wife, but you're taking a war captive as a wife.
Yeah, it's not talking about that. So.
No, but she's not a slave anymore. She's your wife now. You have to marry her. You have to marry her.
But she was forcibly taken.
Yeah.
But she was forcibly taken.
Are you sure it's Deuteronomy?
Deuteronomy 21. That's true. Deuteronomy 21.
Deuteronomy 21 doesn't.
10. If you go to Deuteronomy 10, right, where it says, "When you go out to your war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hand, and you take them captive, and you see." Her father and her mother a full month. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she be your wife. So you actually have to get married to her. She can't be your slave anymore.
Yeah. So for you to may be your wife. Yes.
But that's forced marriage.
But no, it's marriage. No, why is it forced? You have to give her a month.
Because she's a captive. Right.
It says may. It says may.
Because she might not agree. She might not agree, so they get divorced, and then she goes free. By the way,
but a captive doesn't. A captive isn't a free agent, right? So
no. But once he gets her to the house, he gives her a month, and she now has the freedom, right? So she can choose not to marry the man, right?
No, because it says if the woman.
It says actually there in the verse after, and it shall be if you have no delight in her, then you shall set her free. But you shall sell her for money. You shall not treat her brutally because you have humbled her. So he has to set her free if he doesn't like her. So it's marriage. So there's no sex.
No, but it says if you don't have any delight in her. It doesn't say if she doesn't have any delight.
Okay. But the argument.
not meant to be a fully expounded upon law. They're like proverbs. They are like sayings that give you wisdom. Not everything's fully detailed.
Yeah, but brother, if the passage begins, if the passage begins with when you take captive, this means she's been forcibly taken, right?
But you have to get married to her because there is no sex slavery. There is no sex. You have to marry her, right?
Okay, but if you're marrying her as a captive, when she's been forcibly taken and she has no social power, she doesn't have the right to refuse a situation.
Oh, she's a slave.
captive.
She can refuse. She can refuse. Who told you she can?
Where does it say she can refuse?
Because Mosaic law doesn't allow for any type of grave, dude.
It does. It just says she's a captive.
Yes, she's a captive, and the text is saying you may marry her. So if you, after,
she
by the
can't
way,
refuse
so
that.
after waiting, so basically she's shaven, she's given new clothes, and the man has to marry.
Whether it's forced marriage or not, the original argument was sex slavery. There is marriage there, so it's not a sex outside of marriage. She gets to be the wife.
No, but you're just playing semantics. If you're forcibly married a captive, how is that different from sex?
It's not forced.
It's not forced.
It doesn't say if she agrees. It doesn't say if she chooses you. It says and you desire her. Only the man.
Yes,
desire
if you desire her, you may marry her. Yes.
Okay. If you desire her, not if she agrees or if she chooses you.
Dude, if the text said like more simply, okay, if God desired to marry that woman, he may marry her after doing this and this and this. What's the issue?
The issue is the woman is, because you're saying it's not a sex slave. This is a captive who's been, let's say, as you say, forcibly married against her will, right? You're saying...
I'm not saying that. That's the point. I am not saying that she's forcibly married. But you keep putting it in, dude. Like,
okay, but it doesn't say if she agrees or if she
you understand that the
if she's a war captive, right? All her family, all her town has been destroyed. She wants to be in a place, right, in a house, right, having full freedoms, being a great woman in society, having that social title, right? So she would have wanted to get married actually to the person, right? And he has to give her 1 month, right?
Exactly. And they would have starved. Exactly. Any child or woman,
because what's the other option, God? If she leaves, if she doesn't marry the Jew, what's the other option for the woman? She'll get raped.
I agree. Any child or woman.
Yeah.
Exactly. If after the whole war, after like any type of battle or war, all the children or women would have been basically left without much to go by in the middle of the Canaanite desert.
Yeah, well, that's the argument.
It's actually a mercy to be in Israel.
That's the argument Muslims use for this.
Educational purposes, this just becomes cognitive dissonance. This is
you.
I mean, listen, this is you trying to
I don't want to
justify
upset anyone. If you guys don't want
that
the Hebrew says tabo eleha, so you may go to her.
Okay, but go on. Go on. Let me ask you this.
For marriage,
the sexual relationship with this captive here is conditional on the man's desire. Right?
Marriage, they have to get married.
Oh my gosh, bro.
No, but okay.
Only if they're married. Only if they're married.
I'm not debating that, but the condition is his desire. It's not her right.
It's the Torah is retelling it from if you're trying to say that
she's not free because the same text then says let her go free. So that means if you're setting her free, that means she wasn't free before.
No, it says if you don't want to be married for.
You just said it. You said it.
I said what I said is it's basically saying even though you acquired her when she was a slave, that doesn't mean that when you divorce her, she still has the status of a slave. Actually, she's free. She is free, actually.
I agree. Right. So that means you acquired her. She was a slave, right?
That's what it's trying to say, bro. The text is basically saying the woman, like after the woman is divorced, she doesn't still become your slave or has any commitment to you.
Sure. One by one. So
it's simple, dude. It's not that hard, dude.
Okay. So when you acquired her, she was a slave. Yeah.
A war captive, more specifically.
Okay, let's say war captive. You don't like the word sex slave. You don't like the word slave. Let's say war captive. When you acquire
sex slave, you have to prove it.
No, let's say war captive. That's fine.
Like the Hebrew disagrees with you. The Hebrew even says you may go to her for marriage. Like, I don't know what.
When you acquired her, she was a war captive.
Yep.
That's the start. Now, at the end, when you divorced her, she's now free. True.
Yeah, she's free to go anywhere.
Isn't she free upon marriage? No. It says you must let her go free when you divorce her. So the point when she's free is when you divorce her, right?
Free in terms
or you don't marry her.
Yeah.
Free in terms of slavery or in terms of the
Okay, so that means at the start she was a captive. At the end,
it says, look, this is what it says after.
I'll take 10 seconds.
Sure. You don't want to be interrupted. Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, brother. So you acquired her, she was a captive, and then when you divorce her or you end the marriage, she's now free. The intervening period, when she's married to you, she's not free because she only became free when you released her.
No, that's not what the text is indicating. I'll read it. Dishonored her, meaning that because you've entered a marriage, and when it says dishonor, that's an idiom for intercourse, pretty much, confirming the marriage. The text is saying you need to let her be free. You cannot sell her as if you owned her. You cannot treat her badly or like a slave as if you owned her. Because she was your wife, you entered her, you quote unquote dishonored her, meaning you've taken her virginity. So you cannot do any of that. That's all it's saying. It doesn't mean that during the marriage she was still your slave. It doesn't mean that.
Okay.
She still has the rights of a married woman.
Yeah, the moment they get married, she's not a slave anymore. That's just point blank.
Okay. I mean, yeah, fine. I respect your opinion. From reading the text to me, obviously, you could tell from my question.
That is the plain apparent reading. I'm not even inputting any sort of like. Plain reading.
So Jabba, you're saying you're just his contention at the moment is that he thinks that the text is saying that the woman stays as a slave.
Yeah, after marriage, because she's only free when you divorce her. The text says she's only free. You must let her free when you divorce her.
No, she becomes free when you marry her.
That's not what the text says, Jason.
That's right.
Okay, so let me
Jewish law. Can you find me? Okay.
Hold on, wait.
Can you find me any?
Treat me with minimal respect. Where does it say it in that text that she's free when you marry her?
Well, I want to suggest something because I think what we're trying to extract from the text is an exact law code. It's an exhaustive law code, which I guess some like you could be a literalist and things, even though you'd still be missing a lot of context. Or you could understand it how even some non-Christian scholars would understand the text of the Torah, where it's laying out virtue ethics. There are moral sort of parables being given to you to make a point, and so it's not so much. It's okay. This is exactly how you have to do this. There's like a principle behind the law, And
Okay,
the
right.
principle
Okay,
that I'm saying,
But Smiler, regardless of
Smiler,
that,
that's
can
much
we
easier
agree
to
that it's
accept
not
for
saying
me.
like what he's saying?
If you say
He
that,
doesn't care about that stuff, Smiler.
no, I do, because actually that for me is much easier to accept, because if you're saying there's an underlying
But
principle,
even the plain reading doesn't agree with you, dude.
no, but
Smiler, this is why I didn't want to go to that.
But,
He
but
wouldn't
hold on,
get-
wait,
the
but hold
point
on,
is
wait,
that the
God,
plain reading
no,
doesn't agree.
God.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to accept it, that's on him.
no, that's
You
the
don't
only.
have to over-explain for him.
No, you don't have to. Of course you don't. But
Well, I didn't. No. What I didn't do, I didn't over-explain it. What sounds
I
to
don't
me,
think you did either.
yeah. What you're doing, I'm not going to say it's right or wrong.
You're giving
You
a
seem to
scholarly
take
interpretation, which is true. I understand. Yeah,
I
scholars
mean,
will
it's a scholarly view of the text as a totality. So no
Yes,
matter what
okay.
law
That
you
I
go
can
to,
accept.
yeah, no matter what law you go to, it doesn't, like even adultery. The law of adultery, the fact that it's saying if someone commits adultery, you ought to stone them. That doesn't mean every single time there's adultery, this must happen. There's a principle to what's going on and how serious this violation is. And so that, I mean, because if you look at, there's no exceptions for kings to commit. Mercy and faithfulness are the weightier matters of the law. That means that when somebody violates the law, that you don't just rush to punishment, because that's not what the law is trying to tell you to do. The law is telling you how severe.
Their DNA to push back. They've been programmed for years and years.
Okay. Jamal, hold on. So what do you think? So nothing should have been done? Just leave them alone.
Let me ask you a question, right?
No, I asked you a question. What should have been done? Nothing? That's a yes or no?
Nothing.
Nothing.
The same thing we did with Rwanda. We did nothing. 6 million died in 1 week. We did fucking nothing. If they're gonna listen, we do one for Rwanda, we do it for the rest of the world. It's their fucking problem. Let them be.
That's what I was gonna say. There's a lot of countries that have.
See, brother, you're a good guy.
Hello.
She started speaking first. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh my God, there's a lot of countries and situations where people are in positions and offices and leadership that either, people are saying they're because of, what about our own fake elections we just had? Donald Trump said that the election was stolen. So I'm happening. We go over there and we monitor. We employ our will. Half these people do not want to be a democratic society. And what is it of your business? Half of these people do not want to be Christians. You're just going to force your way of life, your thought process, the things you do and how you do it on other people in other countries. What if they decide to do that over here? That's just weird. And you would have a fit. You don't even want the signs in Spanish and in any Asian lettering alphabets. But all of a sudden, you big and bad. You want to go take care of everybody else and in other words, correct the mistakes that they made. You haven't corrected mistakes you've made in this country. So it just amazes me. Your house is all fucked up, but you're ready to go over and clean somebody else's.
I agree, Lisa, 100%. So the question becomes, this is the only way left to deal with Venezuela? Could have we extended an olive branch to them and
Starting in with Venezuela in South America, he sees South America as the U.S. Remember when he came in, he started talking smack about Greenland and Canada and making those 51st states and all that nonsense. Trump wants control. he will move troops from the Middle East, where he sees no need any longer, to South America. If you read the link that I provided in the chat, the 2025 National Security Strategy, start around page 14 or 15. There's so many pieces to this. Trump wants our backyard, as people call it, to have no other governments involved but us. Just us and those countries in South America. That's it, period. He definitely doesn't want China in charge of
He tried the
anything there.
Canadian thing. I'm a Canadian. I'm telling you. He tried the 51st state thing. He tried it. It was a joke. Ha ha ha. We laughed about it. Then we told him, go fuck off. Go back to South America.
You guys were discussing, I thought that's what you wanted your president to worry about, right? Isn't that what you guys were focused on?
Whereas MAGA has the attention span of a goldfish, which is
I agree, Divine. I agree, Divine. I know, Divine, I 100% agree, but it's funny how now all of a sudden they're cheering, they're, excuse my French, they're you-know-what sucking. It's now they're all excited about all of this. It's weird how they keep shifting their focus on immigrants. They keep shifting their focus on foreign politics. All of a sudden, foreign policy has become MAGA's focus, which is super weird to me. You guys were never concerned about foreign policy at all, but you're so caught up on it. It's super weird.
Hold on. One second. Let's get some new speaker.
First.
So that's why I'm giving you my background, sir.
Yeah, just because you were in the military.
I'm explaining why. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, yeah. Well, if you understand the Monroe Doctrine, you understand that, keeping foreign elements and hostile forces out of this hemisphere has always been part of America's foreign policy since its inception. All right? And that in itself is putting America first. I'll land there.
But that's not my question. My question was about MAGA. So I have nothing to do. I mean, that doesn't make sense. I was military people, and I was not talking about the government. I was talking about MAGA specifically. So it is weird to me that who came with the conversation in regards to America first and talking about non-foreign policy conversations. Now you guys are all in foreign policy. So explain to me again how all of a sudden foreign policy has become a forefront in the conversation and you are shifting the goalposts. That's all I said.
Well, just quickly, this is the current talking point from the right-wing media about Monroe Doctrine. You never heard that Monroe Doctrine 7 months ago?
Ever! Not never! Now all of a sudden they're talking about Monroe Doctrine. They never talked about it in the 10 years that they have. MAGA has never talked about Monroe Doctrine. Y'all don't even. Weird.
You're acting like just because it wasn't explicitly expressed, that it haven't always been a focus of the government or the Americans. All right. So you should know that if you understand, if you were, as you say, in the military and you understand, America's, determination to protect its political and economic interests abroad, especially in this hemisphere, you would know that. I'll land there.
I didn't say it wasn't a part of the it's like you're not even listening. I didn't say anything about it not being a part of the government, and I didn't say anything about it not being a part of the military. I said MAGA. I've said it a million times, and you keep glossing over what I said. I said MAGA.
Isolationism, all right? And it doesn't necessarily mean that, especially when it comes to this hemisphere. I'll land there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe the part that they weren't very clear on is they didn't say what America they were talking about.
I just want to ask you guys, have you read the Monroe? Wait, it's the Don Road. But now, have you read the Monroe document? It's the Don Road now, but anybody?
Yep, learn it in the civics class. Honestly, I don't know why. Learn it in 6th or 6th or 8th grade.
Okay, good for you, because half those kids in
Okay,
the
then
United States
explain
don't
how
know
it
shit about
explain how it relates
because I'm
to what's
reading
going
it now.
on since you got such a great understanding.
Basically, the Monroe Doctrine.
One mic on you, Ross. You brought it up. One mic on you, Ross.
All right. Well, foreign nations. I'll land there.
But when I was reading it a second ago,
why wasn't it enforced through sanctions? Because that would have been an objective model.
Tried that.
Why wasn't it? Or diplomatic pressure? I don't understand.
We tried that. All right, we tried that, and this wasn't the first time we did that. This isn't, and then this second go around, this second administration, it's just not like he just woke up and said, "I'm going to focus on Venezuela." All right, he did talk about Venezuela during his first administration.
So how is this gonna? I still don't understand why y'all don't understand what history's taught us, right? And we even bring up something like Iraq.
This is no Iraq, all right? This is no Iraq, all right? This isn't the first time that America has...
No, this is the first time that America has gone and taken a sitting president out of the country, kidnapped him, and brought him back.
Ever.
What did we do in Noriega?
This has never happened before.
We never did
What did we do in Noriega?
We did not do that.
What did we do in Noriega?
Noriega, we invaded Panama.
Panama.
I said there was no. This is the first time that we have never invaded a fucking country and this has never happened like this.
All right. So did we transport Noriega from Panama to?
We already
had already invaded Panama. What are you talking about? Y'all don't even understand history.
So hey, invade.
That's God, because he knows you lying. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Honestly, Patty, even taking a president's wife is unprecedented.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Like, this is the first time taking a president's
Can I be heard?
Wife. He went underwater. Let Ross finish. Ross, you were going in and out.
Military history, you know that.
You didn't understand anything I just said.
Well,
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
You're trying to make a distinction. You're trying to make a distinction.
This is like historic. So yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to make a distinction between the time. You're trying to make a distinction between Panama and what we just did in Venezuela. You're trying to make.
What's going on?
There is no difference whether we invaded for an extended period of time or whether we just went in, and distract a foolish leader.
We kidnapped a sitting fucking president.
And there's a difference between invade and extract.
There's a big
They're
difference.
not exclusive.
Yeah.
And that's
Isn't,
weird.
isn't,
Yeah.
the point of the whole thing
okay?
the regime change and meddling in other people's
MJ,
politics?
you already
Isn't
know
that the
I don't
point?
fuck with you for real.
But why does the United
I don't care.
States
I'm in your room.
change? Why does
So,
the
why you talking with you, bro?
We're moving on. One mic on Ross. One mic on Ross. One mic on Ross.
If anybody understands American military history, this isn't the first time that American. I'm not even talking about the Panama thing. I'm not even talking about Haiti. But anybody that understands, this is has sent troops to North and South America. I mean,
We didn't do that in Haiti. What are you talking about?
America pretty much guaranteed the nationhood and sovereignty of Colombia by sending Marines, the U.S. Marines, to North and South America. This is what we do. We've always done this, and this is nothing new.
So Ross, can I ask you a question, please? So to Patty's point, again, I don't know how else we can word the question.
Come up here. So now we about to battle because I'm about to cuss your ass out. I try to be nice and I try.
Don't say anything, MJ. Be nice.
Don't. You want to play with me?
I want to play why she don't like me. You want to cuss me out?
You keep playing in my goddamn face.
How so?
You already got one strike. There's one person on this goddamn app that know they blocked for life for doing the dumb shit.
Hold on. What did I do?
So don't play with me.
What did I do to you? That
You
was
don't
so
remember?
egregious. Could you tell me? Could you remind me?
Do you want me to put it in the room? I already put it in the back channel when we got to it the other day.
What did I do? I don't know what I did to you to make you upset with me.
You know what you did, brother.
Apologize. I really don't know. Humphrey, I swear on everything, I have no idea what she's upset with me about. So we need to air it out in front of everybody. What do you think that I did to you? Or did I say something?
You remember a while ago when we got into it, everybody knowing here, you fucking play in my face and you make a room with me in the title, I don't play with you.
MJ, apologize, brother.
Jesus, I already did. I did like last year.
Again, right now. Do it right now.
I said, I apologize for that shit like back in the spring.
But you played in my face the other day, and didn't I tell you? I said this is the last time you're gonna play in my face.
How did I play in your face the other day? This is what I really want to know.
Keep being respectful.
What did I say?
Well,
I said fuck the Clintons.
Messages. I don't have to fucking repeat myself, and I'm not going in.
I said fuck the Clintons.
I don't give a fuck about no Clintons.
And you got Chelsea
nigga.
Clinton in your phone like
no
that?
Goddamn Clintons. What the fuck did they got to do with the way I fucking breathe?
You was like, yo, I got Chelsea Clinton in my phone.
I don't care about no goddamn Clintons.
I'm like,
I didn't care. I wasn't even stressing that.
So what was it?
It was the following day when you came in here trying to be smart. Don't play in my goddamn face. That was a fucking conversation about politics.
So if we having a conversation about politics,
I could give two fucks.
Okay, if we having a conversation about politics and we disagree, that's something
That's
personal
fine.
between us.
There's a new day.
Damn it, brother.
We're not doing that. Ross, land your plane. You were speaking. If you don't want to continue, we'll keep the conversation moving along.
I'm saying when a woman's fed up, ain't nothing a nigga can do about it.
Oh my God! I just said don't do that.
Landed already, because so invade and extract.
There's a big difference.
Separate. Not only two different words, they have two separate meanings. And you can probably you can invade while you extract, but you can't extract while you wait. You can extract while you invade. Because every time you guys are talking, I spend most of my time looking shit up, and it's just the weirdest stuff that's said out loud. But go ahead.
I want to give a shout out.
I think the difference, at least I think the difference is it's occupied. All right, so maybe we didn't physically occupy.
Yeah, that's not what you said. That's why I looked up those particular words. And
I still stand on what I said. I'm trying to help you out.
No, y'all be struggling because y'all want to conflate shit all the time.
But besides that,
funny as hell. Okay,
Ross
Rose,
is
you know
stupid
what?
as hell.
You're right.
But
Because
besides-
you can tell I'm struggling because I'm looking up words which you should be doing. That is hilarious.
So real quick. Our first lady's not here, and we missed the top of the hour. It's 3:10 p.m. Sunday. January fellas are slightly distracted. The games are on. I don't know why the Giants want to win the game at the last game of the season. They fucking idiots. No.
Be happy about that divine.
And we gotta be.
We're gonna take that win when we can take it. Thank you.
I'm just doing a quick reset, and then we can keep the conversation going. Of course, we're speaking about Venezuela, the capture of President Maduro. A lot has been happening over the past 48 hours. I read earlier the history of our country have we gone in and grabbed the president of sitting president of a country, brought him to New York City. He's actually downtown Brooklyn right now, NDC. He went through booking. I saw the perp walk. It's all over social media. Our White House is trolling. Our leaders are trolling. We listened to some audio this morning of Marco Rubio, who's all over the place. Some people said it's giving Dick Cheney 2.0. And this is where we're at. We have people definitely on both sides of the fence with this issue. I don't quite know where I stand. I want the best for the people of Venezuela, but I always say it's not what you do, it's how you do it. So Concrete, it's on you. Yeah, thank you for that, Divine. That was a great reset. We need to, Anyway, I just want to give a shout out.
In 2026, be calling each other like you weekend. And stroking each other all day.
What? Wait, hold on, pause.
Get some damn testosterone.
Yeah, but Divine, let's not
read that. I just wanted to give a shout out to myself.
I think my problem.
I'm just gonna speak to the topic, Concrete, but go ahead, Rez. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think my problem is right now. I think my problem is that Marco Rubio this morning said that the courts gave them the right to take over Venezuela. What courts gave them what right to take over what jurisdiction of Venezuela? Please explain. Venezuela. Help me understand that.
Can't answer that.
Okay, because they didn't even sign the ICC agreement. So, what courts gave them what courts gave them the right? So it's just this weirdo stuff that keeps happening. This weirdo stuff they keep saying, and again, MAGA, like I said, stood on America first, but it's funny that they want to now involve themselves in foreign policy. So again, I am confused and perplexed into understanding why all of a sudden there's no longer this America first agenda. Now all of a sudden they want to be involved in foreign policy. I'm going on mute.
I just want to throw this in because I was sitting down in the goo listening. So I would say the only thing similar to what's happening right now would be the Noriega event, right? The capture and how they did Noriega. I don't know if we can compare anything else, but I just wanted to throw that in there because I haven't heard anyone really say that. Everyone's kind of saying that it's never happened or similar to this.
Ross was just.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
It's not the same, Alpha. We invaded the country, right?
Right.
We didn't invade.
I was talking about more of like a kidnapping, capture. I think people are hearing invasion and they're making it. They're using it literally, and either way it goes, it was an invasion for a kidnapping, a capture. So that's where that's my focus, right? Is what was the because we invade all the time.
Right. But he was.
You see what I'm saying?
Was he also the sitting president?
Well, I mean, but it was it was Noriega.
No, he was military.
But it was still similar. So I think that's the only. I think that's the only thing. This is just from looking at.
He was not
Patty. This is my opinion. Looking at the tactics and the outcome, the reason, the meaning, the capture, the kidnap, like that's what I'm looking at. So that's where my focus is. We're American invaders. So invasion for me is not really a thing. Does that make sense? I'm not focused on that.
Okay, well then, there's a whole bunch of people that we took out of the country. What I was talking about, this is historically different. We went into the country, kidnapped someone without UN Security Council approval or without an invasion. That's it. Like if we were in the country, yeah, I get it, right? But no, that's not what happened. That's the only thing I'm saying. Because if those are the parameters, then yeah, there's a whole bunch of people.
I mean, I guess we technically invade.
So did we get permission from Congress to attempt to extract Osama bin Laden?
Patty, would you agree
You didn't
with that
extract
behavior?
Osama bin Laden.
We did.
What's going on?
Y'all are crazy.
Listen, Patty, if we could have taken Osama alive, we would have, all right? But we didn't.
We did take him alive.
We did take him alive. Yes, we did.
We did not take him alive.
Yes, we did.
He was
Bin Laden, we did not.
The USS dropped him in the ocean.
Osama bin, oh my God, he was taken alive.
Saddam Hussein, we did not take Osama bin Laden.
I'm getting the names mixed up. Sorry, Saddam, we took a lot.
Yeah, Osama was
Bin
definitely.
Laden, he was in the head of what country was he the head of? Rob?
Yeah, but both
He wasn't the head of no country alive.
Can I talk, please? Yeah, both of y'all got military backgrounds, but don't know the difference between.
Else because we were talking about sitting presidents. I didn't know you wanted to bring up a random nigga that fucking that terrorists we killed.
You keep moving the goalpost.
So it doesn't matter.
No, I never moved the goalpost.
You keep moving the fucking goalpost.
You just moved it when you brought in Osama.
No,
everybody's a terrorist for America.
Let me tell you
I
what.
was gonna say, we kill our own president, so I mean, what's the fucking difference?
Hey, you.
Speak for yourself. I ain't never killed a president. What?
Yeah, bro. Come on now.
I also have never killed a president.
You guys got
No, America, the government.
yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, for the people who are promoting this, thinking that this is a great idea, something needs to be done. So once you topple or remove a regime or a presidency, you're responsible from that point on of what happens in that country in some form of action. You just can't go in there and decide who you want in there or what you're going to have done and then walk away and say, now you niggas figure it out. That's not how this goes. It's really incredible that we sit up here and think that this shit's okay. The president is here. He's here because he broke the law. Had nothing to do with this man, so they said, with his oil, with his, somebody said his land and his territory resources. Other people said drugs. It had nothing to do with none of that shit. So they went, took him out, and brought him over here. Now he's in New York and he's going on trial. So be prepared to be responsible. If you're not over there for their resources, if what people are saying is true, be prepared to have to help those people, which you don't want to do because you fucking Republicans don't even like brown people. Help them people get their country back stabilized again. Because they seem to be fine with his ass up in there.
And that's my point, because just the country, when you destabilize them, they have no place to go. Then they come to America or they stay in America, and then what happens? This is what I always ask this question. What do you mean?
Are you gonna go fight for them in the streets?
Excuse me?
Are you gonna go advocate for them in the streets? Are you gonna?
Who is they, and who are you talking to?
I'm saying, like, the Venezuelan people, are you going to create a coalition to go and say, hey, this is the voice of the people. We don't want y'all in Venezuela. We want y'all to get the hell out. Are you going to do that?
Who is we? I don't understand what's going on.
No, you're asking a question about, what's going to happen to the Venezuelan people. So I'm
just asking a general. I'm just asking a general. I was just making a general, right? And I'm making a general statement.
I'll tell you what's gonna happen.
So I'm gonna tell you something. Hold on, Jamal. Jamal, hold on. So there is something. That game is called
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, right? Matter of fact, the bombing in Iran, it was depicted in a Netflix movie a year before. So they're telling you, so when you're watching these things and you're not doing anything, you're in agreement. So you can't blame them morally. They say, hey, this is what we're gonna do, and you accepted it, you're in agreement with it. Because you're in agreement with it, they can get away with it. It's the karmic loop.
Jabalo, when you get into the esoteric stuff, a lot of people aren't into that, and you're gonna lose them. But I definitely hear what you're saying, where they notify you before they do stuff, because it does absolve them of karmic retribution. But a lot of people don't subscribe or even know about that type of stuff, so it's not beneficial to include that in an analysis. In my opinion,
it's not even about believing it. It's like people who believe Earth is flat or round. It exists.
These video games were in support of it happening in real life.
Yes.
That's crazy.
You know what's so interesting? What's so interesting is that they've actually one second. They've actually done studies about illicit drug trafficking, right? So what they did is they got a bunch of people who said, "Hey, do you want to get rid of illicit drug trafficking?" They said, "Yes, of course." Then they said, "What if the illicit drug trafficking is tied to your 401k?" Which is to say, if you get rid of the illicit drug trafficking, you also have to get rid of your 401k. Do you know what 90% of them said? Of course not. Of course we don't want to get rid of illicit drug trafficking. One second. What that shows is that people will put their own material well-being ahead of any other righteous activities. But we know that America profits off of these unrighteous activities. Is we need to like wrap it up in some quote unquote democracy or quote unquote freedom or some other bullshit narrative. Just wrap it up in that and you will eat it up all day every day because it also absolves you of your own complicity anyway in the event through your silence. Thank you. Have a nice.
So don't you think that the same could be said in terms of like supporting Trump and how he's had this long-term friendship with Jeffrey Epstein dating back to the 80s, and we could say that, well, this guy's been a known pedophile, so by us supporting Trump, who's his best friend, we are in support of sex trafficking of children?
Sounds like you're trying to shift the focus of the conversation.
I'm not trying to shift.
That's exactly what you're doing.
No, I'm not. You can say that. You can say that if you want. You can say that if you want. It is. It exactly is. You're saying that playing a fucking video game or by watching them, you're in support of us invading another country or bombing another country. But the same can't be said. But the same can't be said by supporting somebody who's affiliated with fucking pedophiles. Like, come on, bro. Like, that's exactly what I did.
What are we doing? What about
it? That's exactly why I responded about it. It's not what about it.
It's the definition of what about it.
Fucking comparison. It's the exact same comparison.
Yeah, you're saying.
If I can't make a comparison if I can't make a comparison on the idea that was posed, then how is anybody?
Yeah. So what's the comparison other than to divert our attention to that other thing you're comparing?
It's not that point. You're Trump at all. I'm trying to get.
So what did you say?
I'm trying to focus on the point of what he had said is.
He's compliant, and everyone is compliant, and you're all funding the wars and the trafficking and everything else. There's so much to fight out here, and y'all just it's a bunch of talking going on, and like he's saying, nothing's going to be done. So I hear him on that.
When they give you an obvious villain like Trump, that's another way of absolving you of your involvement in the things that are not so evidently villainous, right? Because we could easily say the Dems are complicit in all of this stuff, and you are supportive of the Dems. They gave you a villain. You took the villain, and you said, well, I guess I'm good then because I found the villain. No, nigga, you're also complicit just in another way through another means, not through direct supporting of Trump and indirect supporting of something else or whatever. You're still complicit. Sorry. Blood's on your hands. Clearly.
Oh, by the way, I have one more question.
Hello.
Well, 007 was just pointing out that they had some Twitter feeds opened up in the Situation Room. believe he was just trying to say like, oh, you know, they were looking at reactions. I don't know if he was trying to suggest that meant the operation was less serious than it was. I was saying like, no, it's not atypical in a situation room for people to be looking at open source intelligence, which is what they were doing. They were even on an open source intelligence Twitter account. So it didn't seem ridiculous to me, but I was providing some context. That was
So wait. So when have you been in a secure room where they've had Twitter open?
Please tell me.
Hello, motherfucker beep.
I just want to know.
The president can do what he wants.
They can use Signal.
President,
You know what I'm saying?
The president can do what he wants. But when have you ever been in a room, a secure room, where you had Twitter open?
Never.
Well, Marshall spent a lot of time in secure rooms.
Right. When you be
riding Petty coattails hard, yo. You gotta let her do her thing. You be riding Patty's coattails.
Riding?
Yes.
I don't ride riding.
It's not like you're in the passenger seat. Like that.
What the fuck are you talking? What the fuck are you talking to?
You.
Who the fuck are you talking to? Who the fuck are you talking to? I don't ride a motherfucking thing. I speak for my fucking self. I speak for my fucking
She's like
self.
Patty's echo right now. Patty says boom, she says boom.
I speak for my fucking self.
In government is gonna have Twitter feed in a goddamn in a secure room. Let's just your ass will lose your clearance.
Yeah.
I agree. Now the president, he can't do that, and I agree with you. He can't do that.
Trump can't do anything. Trump is speaking on the rule.
So what?
Trump is speaking on the rule.
Isn't there open source intelligence being gathered even if you're already executing the operation though? Because you have your Signal, you have your human, and you have your other stuff that you are monitoring, but why wouldn't you do full spectrum intelligence collection?
So they do that, but they would not have a Twitter open.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
Yeah, that's not how that works. Because that's already so like when you're saying it's an open source. Your J2, whoever's analyzing the information, your J2, G2, S2, whatever they get out of that information and put on paper becomes classified. That Twitter feed itself is not classified, but whatever they get from it, the conclusion is what becomes classified and will stay in that secure room. Twitter won't be in there.
So speaking of classified, Patty, so you recognize him as a president. Meanwhile, Venezuelans dispute that he was actually elected. It was appointed via, I guess, administration.
So has the UN said that this is?
So I'm asking, as an American, how do you call him a president if, in fact, people of his own
did the UN recognize him as the president?
Like I said, he lost. He lost, and then they appointed and or selected to allow him to serve, but he wasn't officially president. I don't
don't know why Americans are surprised. Like it's the first time you guys take the country. You guys have done it so many times already. Like, why are you guys shocked? This is normal practice for the United States.
Quick, let me answer Patty's. Hold on one second. Let me answer Patty's question because no one answered it. So the UN is split. It says the General Assembly recognized Maduro, but the Security Council remained divided. The U.S., the EU, and the OAS, they supported. Let me finish. I don't think much. I just try to bring. I like to read. Interim president creating a split in international recognition, though much further complicated since recent U.S. action. So there you have it. Go ahead.
So yes, the split definitely does allow for the.
But he's still recognized whether it's split or not, right?
So,
let me give you an example.
But I'm saying you as an American
area, right, where they don't even recognize the president, Taiwan, under one China policy. So regardless of the fact, it doesn't matter if it's being recognized. If countries do fucking, if they sanction that country because of what the president's doing, obviously they're fucking recognized.
No, because we walked around for the entire Trump term, not my president. Everybody walked around, not my president, not my president. So if they can say not my president, then we can't.
And she didn't answer it. That's why I went and found the correct answer.
But who said in this room that the citizens aren't allowed to say not my president?
Nobody.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we do it here.
No, you all, everyone on this app, that was a thing broad across the nation. People had T-shirts. So what I'm saying is, if we could do that here in America, and we're not Venezuelan, we can't be like, oh, that's the sitting president. No, they're like, not my president.
No,
as well.
Yeah, but
so
they still say that
if it's a split,
there was a lot of people on
split
saying that wasn't their president.
Then that's what they still say. They don't consider him president. I know Venezuelans that do not consider him as president. Period.
We do it here in America, but it doesn't make Trump less of a president just because we say he's not our president.
You know what?
America does this is American way.
Does that give them the right to do this, though?
This is it doesn't matter. They do it. Are y'all gonna stop it?
Well, then, what's the point of being here?
You're not gonna stop it. That's the point.
Okay, that's great. That's fine.
That's what he said earlier, and I'm sticking with what Drew was saying. I'm on Drew's team now. I hear exactly what.
Okay. But I really don't even know what the point of that is.
Well, you were pushing the fact that he was president, pushing back, and you interrupted me from when I said what I said the first time. So I doubled down with the fact that he's not even. They were doing they're still and they're doing not my president. So that's what it is. It is what it is. So that's my submission.
That's their country. They can say what they want, just like we can say what we want in ours.
Yeah, and I may have been.
I'm not even going to go into it clearly, but go for it. You go ahead. Whatever team you want to jump on, if you're on the stage, I'll stand alone on this. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. Like I'm not saying that I'm in support of us going over there and doing it, but I'm just saying like he whatever we want to put the label on him as, the dictator, the acting president, the person who forced his way into the house. He's the person that's in charge, and we took him out. I mean, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that I support it, but I'm just kind of confused as to what you were saying, as to say that people are denying that he's the president. That still doesn't change shit. I mean, people weren't in support of him. Obviously, he's the dictator, but I mean, he's still the person that's at the head of the country. So, I mean, what's there to be argued on with that?
The point is, as an American, we are. It's not really our business, low key. That's what I'm saying.
No. Well, I mean, I get that. That's where I'm like kind of with you on that. I don't think that it's justified. I don't think that us saying that he's a dictator, we need to go in there and handle business. Should be the justification for us going and invading, or even kidnapping him. I'm not in agreement with that. I'm just saying, like, my whole point. What I was saying was that regardless of what we say or what the people there say, he was the person in charge. So there's no disputing that.
So it actually says here, 2021, the UN General Assembly accepted the credentials presented by the Venezuelan delegation, in which Maduro's government sent its representative to UN. This meant that for practical purposes, the Venezuelan mission continued to sit in the UN in Venezuela's who is the leadership in Venezuela. I don't give a damn. Just like people say in America, he's not my president. Doesn't matter. When his ass goes to the UN, who do they accept as the leadership to have the conversation? It is fucking Trump.
Exactly. And Alpha, let me ask you. So in 2020, right, we all remember the stolen election. So there, by your perspective, and others who share it, that technically would say, like, well, if another country came in and took Biden out, well, the election was, even though he has all the powers and authority that come with being the president of the United States, but the election was stolen. So it's okay if we abduct him, because the election was stolen. I mean, the Republicans that are still in Congress that still actually believe that today. So,
and like Moose, I said that.
I'm not going to sit up here and deny that he was fairly elected. Of course not. But nonetheless, he was the cat in the office. He was the man with power that ran the country.
But yet, Moose, I said that an hour ago. So does it give the right to any other country? Because they said that the election was stolen. Does that give the right to any other country to come in and take one of our presidents out? I'm not even understanding. I know you guys believe this deeply in your soul, but that is not your country. And guess what? Unlike Clubhouse, that's not your business.
I don't think that.
Oh well, you know.
I don't think that that's what
everybody thought. I guess.
Oh,
they
said 50%, sir. If I have to go
repeat
get it, I'll go get it.
I had to repeat that.
But you can do.
I weren't here when you said that, Lisa.
No. Oh no. I was talking to you, Alpha.
No. I'm saying thank you for reiterating that you said it an hour ago, because I just said it and everybody just clearly had me restate it again in another way. So I had to directly state it again in a third way. And then it was like, okay, is that what you're saying? And then I guess they still thought I was crazy, but you said this an hour ago, so thank you. That's all I want to say.
Lisa, I wasn't pushing back against you in terms of the justification for it. I'm just saying that I don't think that that's what Moose was saying. I don't think he was saying that we're justified because he stole their election.
No, that's what I was agreeing with Moose.
Okay.
So that's what I'm just saying. This is something that you guys, anybody else, this is something that is crazy, because why did they go in there and get him from? I just got 3 questions. Why did we go and take this president out of his country bring him back to the United States and to New York. And the vice president, second question, supposedly has taken the oath. Why is our president threatening her with worse? And then number three, once you get all these people out and you put in your puppets, what are you guys willing to do for these people of Venezuela that we started this situation? We went in there and took out their president and probably made the vice president. And then we worried about, isn't that what we were worried about, immigration? Isn't that the fact of the matter that Colombia and a couple of other borders are being monitored now with military to prevent flight? So you're going to be mad when these men come over here?
That's what I was saying earlier, Lisa.
This is insane. Go ahead.
That was what I was saying earlier.
No, but a lot of South American countries, I think they locked their borders.
Yeah, with the military.
Yes,
they did. Because of what we've done.
Yeah.
Because of what we've done.
Yeah.
They're just going to be in support of it because Trump decided to do it.
It's not going to be just locking the border in. It's also going to be locked border in and out. So it's going to be a problem, it's not just going to be a problem with the immigration. We're also going to have to look at things logistically. It's going to be a supply. It's going to be a lot of problems that it's going to cause. I just want y'all to understand what's going to happen here. Okay.
Well, shout out to you. And Rez, I never really greeted you. I don't know if we spoke for the New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Divine.
I appreciate you, and Happy New Year to everyone else. Happy Sunday. I know many of us are gearing up to go back to work tomorrow. Some of us have I don't know if it was on here or on social media. We had the Nigeria bombings on Christmas and the capture of Maduro for New Year's. What's next? I had the thought earlier, is this going to be a trend with this administration? I hear people saying Cuba, Cuba, Cuba. I talked to my wife earlier. For those who don't know, Rubio's ancestry is Cuban, and so is Ted Cruz. So is there some type of retaliation within the administration to get back and give freedom, give us free to Latin America in some haphazard way? I don't know. That's just me thinking out loud. But the mic is open, guys. Let's go.
Another excellent reset, Divine. All of those should acknowledge the excellence.
Yeah, he sounds like a little. He sounds like you're on the radio.
Lisa, why you not? Hold on, Lisa, why you letting me?
Clubhouse is just bothersome. I just don't want my voice to be growing up.
What?
Talking and
Lisa, there's two things. There's haters and congratulator. Let them congratulate you. This is rare. This is a new thing for 2026. I can't believe it. Tell me more.
So you guys sound like you just got an influx of estrogen. Raising their voice, men up, kissing other men's ass for absolutely no reason is unmanly, and it's not attractive either.
So the strength of the pack is in the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is in the pack.
You know what? I love it, Divine. I love you, Lady Reset. I love it. Y'all got that radio voice. You can tell y'all used to work in radio. Y'all don't even have to say it. We already know. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, Lisa, how come you're not saying something to Patty?
No, I wasn't. I'm not talking about the same things. I'm talking It just sounds so emasculating. It's not sexy.
What else did he say?
It was super tender.
What's wrong with tenderness? Tenderness. What's wrong with tenderness?
I didn't get that concrete. I appreciate you, my brother. You know, I always
real man that use their hands and shit. And
The only reason I said it was to antagonize you, and it worked.
Okay, let's get back to the topic.
All right, so Divine, to answer your question, I think 2025, the administration did a lot of domestic, stateside, inward-looking policy from jump. As far as the border operation, restructuring the military, tariffs, and the budgeting, the big beautiful bill, or the budget bill. We saw a lot of domestic policy in 2025. If this is the note that 2026 is starting off on, kind of picking up from fiscal year 2026, for which would start in October, they had the bombing in Nigeria of the ISIS positions, and then now the operation, the special military operation in Venezuela country before June, that sees some sort of U.S. interdiction. But, you know, I don't know. I think that we're going to continue a more foreign, more outward 2026. That's my prediction.
Pontus, there was no ISIS bombing in Nigeria. Up to be untrue. So yes.
So we didn't divert. I forget the class of naval vessels to the coast.
We did, but it was not ISIS.
We didn't shoot Tomahawk missiles.
We shot them. They were not ISIS. I'm telling you.
What were the targets that were?
The targets that were hit were not ISIS.
Nope, they were not ISIS. Okay, hold on. So my understanding is
I'm telling you they were not ISIS.
Yes, and I'm explaining to you my understanding. So you can do some root cause analysis and perhaps explain to me where I have this fucked up. So my understanding is that in the Northwest,
check this out. Pontus is one of my kids. Just so y'all track it. That's why he's in the military too, babe.
He is.
I'm not gonna say where he's stationed at, but he's one of my kids.
Incorrect here. So in the Sokoto region, which is northwest Nigeria, you have of Nigeria, you have strongholds for Boko Haram, and they operate in the corridor because northeast Nigeria borders like Chad, Mali, and another country, which is like a four-way highway for moving weapons and stuff throughout the north of Nigeria into the west of Africa at large. But because these guys are Nigerians, they don't always get along, tribal or whatever. So ISIS, Africa, wanting to establish and uphold the caliphate. So my understanding was the Tomahawk bombings on Christmas targeted northwest Nigeria in the Sokoto Caliphate region, or the Sokoto state of Nigeria, hitting targets of opportunity related to ISIS West Africa. So, Ms. Rez, that's all of my understanding on the matter.
Okay, Pon,
Sure,
I'm
you know
sorry,
more.
baby. I understand you're trying to explain it.
Or more accurate information.
So honestly, we don't know what the actual target is. We know what we were told in the media, because what actually came out is they didn't even fucking. You seen what happened on TV when they went to these those villages or whatever you want to call it.
That's
people. Go ahead.
That's all I was trying to clarify for you, Pontus, is that the target was supposed to be ISIS, is what they were telling everybody. But that wasn't the actual case. That was what was being spewed to the media.
That's not what was hit. There you go.
But that wasn't what was hit. That's all I was trying to clarify.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that wasn't still the target, because like intel changes like by the second.
I'm not disputing that, body, but it was incorrect, and it wasn't given correctly, and it wasn't, again.
The enemy or we make mistakes, but our military is very organized. As fucking unorganized as you may think it is while you're in it, the what we produce is fucking amazing. The intel we produce is fucking amazing.
It's not the military is the problem right now. It's the people that you guys have currently that is giving out the fucked up shit.
The only thing that the president does is authorize actions. It's the planners within AFRICOM, which is a whole nother command, that said, hey, this is where they may be located. You think U.S. troops actually just went and said, we're going to shoot this village for no reason? So that's where I'm going to like have to sit back and be like, I'm not with this conversation on where Trump authorized it. It was actually AFRICOMs that put together that course of action and had the...
that would be General Donahue. Profile of the planners.
And I'm not disputing the military planning piece of it. I am talking about the DOD and the people like the Hegseths and these motherfuckers that literally who are putting out the information out of the Pentagon that are fucking disorganized and that are putting out the shit that are not putting out correct information. And that is problematic because it makes the military look fucked up. That's what I'm discussing.
Do we know if they did a BDA on this, or
yeah, it's not Donahue. That's the AFRICOM commander.
It's not.
He's not. No.
Who is that? Man,
hang on. What's a BDA? Sorry.
Right. The problem is the U.S. says doing the live fire is wrong, but we do it all the time. Pacific Pathways. We fucking give Thailand military fucking access to our substitute ammo that we don't carry for their actual fucking weapons. We do it in Thailand. We do it in the Philippines. Like and that whole exercise is around fucking Australia. It's all based off of what would happen if we had to go to war in Thailand and with China over Taiwan. So we're okay to do live fire exercises. But then we tell another country who has also been doing their own exercises the first time that they actually did a live fire, because they always fucking do a show of force. And they do this shit like every other year. This isn't nothing new. We've been watching this shit. That shit in that area, because that's part of their fucking field exercise. So they're not supposed to do a field exercise with actual ammo. When we do it with ammo, that's how you train.
Listen, the day we invade Brazil, listen, I'll be there with boots on the ground. First day.
Gotta worry about it.
Wait, what? Invade Brazil? Why? What did they do?
What the fuck is going on? Go ahead, Pontus.
It feels like the People's Liberation Army's Navy has been exercising all 2025 or doing whatever it is. I think those guys need a break, but geopolitically speaking...
Shit, we do too. You don't think we need a break?
Interesting, but I don't think that I have not...
Let me ask you. Sorry, you done?
Ask your brother, Pontus, because he's in the same area.
One thing I did want to say is...
Oh, he was in the same area. He'll tell you those exercises happen all the fucking time.
Yeah, but geopolitically speaking, if the United States is quote-unquote in charge of Venezuela, and if Venezuela's number one customer of oil, sanctioned oil, I might add,
how are we in charge
China,
of Venezuela, bro?
Well, China, isn't this a way of cutting off one of China's main oil?
How are we in charge of Venezuela? I'm confused.
Okay,
they have
all
a
right.
vice president that they have a constitution. They're still a sovereign nation. What's going on?
Yeah, but isn't it the same argument with Iraq? Didn't they have the same thing?
No.
Let me ask Pontius.
Stop bringing up Iraq, y'all. Stop, please.
Pontius, you said you're into geopolitics. Who do you, a resource or a personality or analyst that you would respect their analysis and opinion? A top person, a top resource that you would turn to try to wrap your head around what's going on in Venezuela.
Like a commentator, a content creator. I like Scott Ritter. He's very anti-nuclear war. That's his main thing. But I hear he may have some allegations on his name. But Scott Ritter had a lot of great information during the 12-day war, if that's what it's called, and throughout the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
In terms
He's
of
a former UN nuclear weapons inspector.
Oh, thank you for that. And I'm gonna look him up. And in terms of like outlets, think tanks, websites, where would you go? Conspiracy theory.
I read everything and decide myself.
Got it. Thank you.
Do you have like a preferred data like workflow, like intake in terms of like keeping the data hygienic and not hoopla?
No, I think that the stuff that's quote-unquote viral is going to get bumped in any algorithm, but you'll find smaller accounts that have good information. You'll find large accounts that have speculative information. There's a thing, it's called the Admiralty scale. The Admiralty scale is how you kind of classify intelligence. You've probably heard of the term A1. So you have A through F.